Chapter 11:28, Peak Confrontation. Chapter 11:28, Peak Confrontation. Vast heaven steel. A change in countenance appeared for the first time on Zhuge Qingxuan's face. Boom! Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, directly disintegrating Zhuge Qingxuan's restrictive force. Accurately speaking, it was the vast heaven steel who scattered it. The vast heaven steel suspended above Yi Yuan's palm quietly, a pale yellow light halo intertwined around it akin to wandering dragons, exuding waves of mysterious aura. Yi Yuan looked at Zhuge Qingxian and said with a cold smile, "Looks like the vast heaven inheritance hates the Yu soul sex inheritances very much. Thanks, Zhuge Qingxian." Cloudsky's laughter abruptly ceased. He was still waiting for Yi Yuan to be crushed into minced meat earlier. In a blink of an eye, such a sudden turn of events actually occurred. Could it be that this brat is really unkillable? Cloud Sky was angered until his expression was livid. Fortunately, an body was around here. Otherwise, this old face would really not have places to put today. After the shock, Zhuge Qingxian composed himself very quickly and said coolly, "Although the vast heaven steel is strong, your strength is still too weak. Even if you're able to control the vast heaven steel, it's hard to escape death today as well." Zhuge Qingxian opened up the folded fan and fanned towards Yi Yuan without another word. His action did not have much pompousness, just a simple fanning. But it gave people a feeling of profoundness and inscrutability. Ho! A terrifying essence energy light beam shot straight at Yi Yuan's face. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, instantly feeling a mountain-like pressure. This fan was way stronger compared to that one just now. Yi Yuan hurriedly revolved the vast heaven chaos spell he just comprehended and cried out loudly, "Go!" The vast heaven steel was like a cannonball welcoming Zhuge Qingxuan's essence energy light beam. Boom! The essence energy light beam smashed onto the vast heaven steel, giving off a dazzling light. The vast heaven steel that had always succeeded was actually directly smashed flying backward. Poor work! Yi Yuan spewed out a mouthful of blood. His internal organs already suffered serious injuries. Zhuge Qingxian was too strong. The vast heaven steel is merely thus, Zhuge Qingxian said indifferently. Although his words were very calm, it exuded a thick mocking intent. When Cloud Sky saw the situation, he was similarly overjoyed. He had to admit that attack Yi Yuan controlled the vast heaven steel to perform earlier was very impressive. Even he would likely need to expend quite a bit of effort to deal with it as well. Ha ha, son of heaven's mandate. This old man wants to see if you're really unkillable. Zhuge Qingxuan's might let Cloud Sky find confidence once more, giving Yi Yuan H-E-L-L. Yi Yuan's face was deathly pale. That attack of Zhuge Qingxuan's earlier was truly incomparably profound. Yi Yuan comprehended quite a few divine inscriptions presently and already had a shallow understanding of divine Tao laws. The divine Tao laws contained in that fan of Zhuge Qingxuan's was extremely profound. One had to know that Zhuge Qingxian only unleashed the attack with essence energy and not divine essence. Facing such an attack, if Yi Yuan did not take the mystic art Holy Tortoise SHEL out, he could not block it at all. Yet, even if he took out the mystic art Holy Tortoise SHEL, once the power was exhausted, he was likewise a cooked goose, sup. At the moment, he seemed to have walked into a blind alley. Zhuge Qingxian looked at Yi Yuan and said indifferently, "Son of Heaven's mandate, is it? I want to take a look at whether or not I can contest for this heaven's mandate with you." While talking, Zhuge Qingxuan's body actually gradually became illusionary. At this instant, he seemed to have merged into one with this heaven and earth. It was as if he was the world, and the world was Zhuge Qingxian. When Cloud Sky saw this scene, he could not help laughing loudly as he said, "Ha ha! What a terrific Qingxian! Your Brahma Heart Sutra actually broke through once again when you killed Ji Qingyun and SNATCH's vast heaven steel. You might not be incapable of breaking this heaven and earth's fetters and step foot into deity realm. Carefree empty intent." Zhuge Qingxuan's wrist shook. A surge of terrifying divine Tao laws crept out. For a moment, the winds blew and the clouds rolled. The power of laws roused a terrifying essence energy undulation, gradually forming an essence energy dragon. Yi Yuan's eyes turned intent. This move was too strong. He knew that he was completely unable to match it. Just as he was planning on taking out the mystic art Holy Tortoise SHELL, an abnormality suddenly occurred. In the sky, flames suddenly surged. That terrifying temperature was seemingly going to incinerate this world entirely. Likewise, a terrifying divine Tao law, a fire attribute divine Tao law. This unexpected sudden turn of events did not make Zhuge Qingxian have any change in countenance, but his brows knitted together tightly. Rumble! Two surges of immensely powerful source power collided together. That impetus directly shattered the firmament. That kind of power truly shook heaven and earth, and made GODS weep. The unceasing air billows lasted for 15 minutes before it gradually dissipated. Zhuge Qingxuan's carefree, empty intent was actually neutralized just like that. In this world, there was actually still someone capable of rivaling the head of the 10 great divine kings, the heavens-stabilizing divine king. Tung Yun, could it be that you want to set yourself against this seat? Zhuge Qingxian said with furrowed brows. Inside that boundless flames, a yellow-clothed man slowly walked out. It was clearly the Tung Yun from Zhuge Qingxuan's mouth. "I'm here to bring Ji Qingyun again. If you dare to bar the way, what's the harm in making an enemy out of you?" Tung Yun's nonchalant words had a manner of not placing the heaven-stabilizing divine king, this divine realm's number one, in his eyes at all. The people that this seat wants to kill, there has never been anyone who's able to bring them away before. Zhuge Qingxian said. Tung Yun said coolly, "People that this seat wants to bring away. And, body can kill either. Even if you're hailed as the number one divine king. Tung Yun, you and I will eventually have a battle. Picking a date is not as good as a chance encounter. Since we met today, battle it out then. I want to take a look if you, this spirit bristle divine king, are really as formidable as in the legends." Zhuge Qingxian said. It turned out that this Tung Yun was actually the legendary spirit bristle divine king, ranked second among the 10 great divine kings. Who else in this world that could be Zhuge Qingxuan's match? It was none other than the spirit bristle divine king. Looking at Ting Yun's back view, Yi Yuan felt a multiple. 1, 2 to feelings surge up too. He never thought that at the final moment, it was actually Tung Yun who came to save him. It seemed like only Tung Yun had the ability to save him. Looking at it now, between the heaven-stabilizing divine king and spirit bristle divine king, there ultimately needed to be a battle among the 10 great divine kings. They had never battled in front of outsiders before. Their relative superiority or inferiority in strength and, body ever knew as well. But today, could it be that a victor was going to be decided between the 10 great divine kings, number 1 and number 2? Tung Yun said coolly, "If you want to fight, then fight." The heaven-stabilizing divine king's Brahma Heart Sutra. This Tung has long wanted to have a taste of it as well. Ji Qingyun, you leave first. I'll follow soon after. Tung Yun turned around and said to Yi Yuan, Yi Yuan revealed a complicated look, but finally still nodded his head and said solemnly to Tingyun, "Take care." Done talking, Yi Yuan directly cast the art of greater teleportation, and he appeared 10,000 feet away. "Wanna run? Where are you going?" How could Cloud Sky Pa S. Sively watch Yi Yuan leave? He instantly gave chase, but he had yet to chase out very far when a ball of terrifying flames came from head-on. Cloud Sky was greatly astonished and hurriedly mustered up his divine king domain. Boom! Cloudsky's body floated down to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Chapter 1129. It's all fate. Chapter 1129. It's all fate. Yi Yuan's fleeing speed was extremely fast. In a blink of an eye, he went several tens of thousands of miles away. But his injuries were extremely severe, and he was completely unable to exhibit his movement technique anymore. So he simply found a secluded place and recuperated his injuries, consuming Tier 9 healing medicinal pills. After a day, Yi Yuan's injuries finally obtained preliminary control. The Tlea of the 10 great divine kings are indeed well-deserving of their reputation. Reaching their kind of boundary, even void mystic powerhouses are ant-like existences too. Recalling that scene previously, Yi Yuan felt considerable vicissitude of emotions too. Someone as powerful as Cloud Sky also could not last more than one exchange in front of Tingyun. When Yi Yuan escaped, even separated by a distance of 10,000 miles, he could also feel that terrifying undulation at the back. This kind of confrontation between experts using rocking the heavens and shaking the earth to describe it was not over the top in the slightest. Just as Yi Yuan was feeling emotional, a trace of ripple surfaced in the S.P.A.C. Tingyun's figure appeared in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan looked at Tingyun and said with a frown, "You got injured?" Tingyun said with a smile, "Minor injuries. He isn't much better off than me either." "Who won or lost?" Yi Yuan said curiously. "Considered a draw." Tingyun said. When Yi Yuan heard that, he could not help saying rather surprisedly, "Looks like this divine realm's #1 is somewhat undeserved reputation. No, he's stronger than me. I can sense that he still has trump cards yet to use. If we really have a life and death struggle, I most likely wouldn't be his match." Tingyun said. Yi Yuan was endlessly shocked when he heard. Reaching Tingyun's level of realm, everyone cherished life greatly, especially Zhuge Qingxian. His cultivation realm was extremely high and could be said to be the person with the greatest potential of breaking through to the deity realm. If it ruined the chance to break through to the deity realm because of a battle, it was not worth it. Even if Zhuge Qingxian was able to kill Tingyun, he was certain to have to pay a terrible price. He naturally would not do this kind of meaningless thing. Although killing Yi Yuan was very important to Zhuge Qingxian compared to breaking through to deity realm, it was not considered a big deal. The two people battled for a day and night, and finally still wound up the matter with a draw. But to be able to fight to a draw with Zhuge Qingxian, this outcome still greatly exceeded Yi Yuan's expectations. After all, Zhuge Qingxian's awe-inspiring reputation was too overwhelming. The Tlea of Divine Realms #1 was no joke. He even personally experienced it before previously. When Yi Yuan left, he was still very worried about Tingyun. First and second sounded about the same, but just how far apart, and body knew without fighting at all. Looking at it now, the spirit bristle divine king's strength was even stronger than what the average person imagined. This #2, lived up to his reputation. Yi Yuan fished out a medicinal pill and threw it to Tingyun and said, "Eat it. Your injuries are not severe and should be able to heal very quickly." Tingyun received the medicinal pill. A burst of exotic fragrance hit his nose, and his expression could not help turning intent as he said, Arcane Insight Rank. What a fine Ji Qingyun. Looks like you finally comprehended the medicine Ji. Oh, D's soul canon. But hearing these words, Yi Yuan heightened vigilance in his heart and said, "You know that my father had the medicine Ji. Oh, D's soul canon?" He heard his father mention it before, that there was barely anyone knew about the medicine G. O, D's soul canon. Although the relations H, I, plus P between the spirit bristle divine king and the medicine king hall was pretty good, it was not good to that degree. Seeing Yi Yuan's vigilant look, Tung Yun smiled and said, "You don't have to be like this. This seat isn't your enemy." When Ji Zhengyang obtained the medicine Ji, O, D soul canon, I was right beside him. Yi Yuan was incomparably stunned when he heard that. If it was really this case, then Ji Zhengyang and Tung Yun's relations, H, I, plus P, was not as simple as on the surface. It was just that Yi Yuan was no longer an ignorant person long ago. How could he easily believe these words? Seeing Yi Yuan's look of disbelief, Tung Yun continued, "Do you know why I impart you this spirit bristle 9-yang divine art?" Yi Yuan was stunned and thought to himself, although this spirit bristle 9-yang divine art only had the first half, without a doubt, it is one of the divine realm's pinnacle most cultivation method. If so, then why would Tung Yun impart it to him? Back then, he only naively thought that the medicinal pill he refined was too valuable. That was why Tung Yun would reluctantly part with what he treasured. Thinking about it carefully now, this logic seemed to be somewhat flawed. It was just that in his previous life, Yi Yuan did not pay attention to these things before. While in this life, Yi Yuan was constantly embraced by hatred and never thought of this problem at all. Actually, the ones who calculated that this era's Son of Heaven's mandate is you weren't merely just the fiend race. Our human race also have a major power who divined that you're the Son of Heaven's mandate, imparting you the spirit bristle 9-yang divine art was in order to let you cultivate well and protect yourself. But who knew that man proposes while G.O.D. disposes? I was still a step slow in the end. Talking until here, Tung Yun also heaved a slight sigh. He was not a member of the Medicine King Hall after all, and he had many matters himself too. It was impossible to keep on staying at the Medicine King Hall, except he did not expect that the fiend race's scheme was a stroke higher, resulting in the entire Medicine King Hall to be destroyed. Hearing up to here, Yi Yuan was unbelievably shocked in his heart. It turned out that in the past several hundred years, the two races' major powers have already been secretly contending in the dark already, and the focal point of contention was on him. It was just that in the end, it seemed like it was the fiend race's major power, who was ultimately a notch higher. Back then, when the spirit bristle divine king was informed of the Medicine King Hall's accident, he planned to charge up to the Medicine King Hall, but was stopped by the human race's major power in the end. Yi Yuan was perplexed as he said, "Since you know that I'm the Son of Heaven's mandate, why not tell me bluntly?" Yi Yuan felt that if Tung Yun had told him earlier, perhaps his father would have been able to take precautions early. Maybe there would not be so many things afterward. Tung Yun shook his head and said, "Heaven's secrets cannot be divulged. Moreover, identifying that you're the Son of Heaven's mandate was only a conjecture. The major power could only calculate an approximate location. As for the specifics of who it was, there was no way of determining. I believe that the fiend race's major power is likely the same as well. Honestly speaking, the former you was still lacking the qualifications to be called the Son of Heaven's mandate." It was not that Tung Yun looked down on Yi Yuan, but the previous life's Yi Yuan pursued alchemy Tao wholeheartedly and completely had no time to attend to the martial path. Although alchemy Tao was powerful, it was unable to overturn the raging tides. What could truly lead the human race to rise up was still a martial Tao supreme overlord. Yi Yuan suddenly recalled that the spirit bristle divine king had once consciously or unconsciously urged Yi Yuan to cultivate the martial path back then, but was directly ignored by him. Thinking about it now, turned out that Tung Yun had expended much thought and care back then. It was just that it seemed like his performance in his past life made him somewhat disappointed. The Son of Heaven's mandate was already dead. Then what did you do in those few years? Yi Yuan said. Tung Yun looked at him and said smilingly, being informed of the news of the Medicine King Hall's destruction, and you guys, father and son's death, I felt like the sky had fallen down at that time. Who knew that later on? The major power summoned me over and said that there's still a turning point for the matter, and made me dive into cultivation and quietly wait for the appearance of the turning point. Now, I finally know what this turning point is. Talking up to here, he let out a sigh and said, looking at it now, heaven's will is hard to infer. Regardless of whether it was the human race's major power or the fiend race's, it seems like it was all making a wedding gown for your appearance. They schemed against heavenly Tao, but never would have thought that they themselves were actually schemed against by heavenly Tao. Chapter 1130. Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art's Origins. Chapter 1130. Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art's Origins. The information obtained out of the Spirit Bristle Divine King's mouth made Yi Yuan feel an upsurge of emotion too. He never thought before that he actually became the center of the whirlpool of the human and fiend, two races' veiled strife. He also never thought that there was actually someone truly capable of prying into heavenly Tao and calculating everything. The major power that you speak of, just what kind of person is he? With your strength, could it be that you still have to bow down to him? Yi Yuan said with a frown. From Tung Yun's words, Yi Yuan could sense that he was very respectful towards that so-called major power. Yi Yuan examined himself and thought that he was already very familiar with the divine realm, but he had never heard before that the human race actually still had such an existence. According to what the people knew, the 10 great divine kings was already the apex of what humans were capable of reaching. Who else could make the Spirit Bristle Divine King, this kind of powerhouse, be so respectful? Tung Yin shook his head and said, he said before, we'll naturally meet if fated. It's just that right now, the time isn't right. As for how formidable his strength is, I can't say for sure either. But for me to be able to have today's fortunes, it was all thanks to him. Tung Yun's words made Yi Yuan endlessly shocked. To be able to foster the Spirit Bristle Divine King, this kind of powerhouse, single-handedly, then how powerful should his strength be? Yi Yuan frowned and said, if he really has this kind of strength, why doesn't he step forward himself? Tung Yun said, he naturally has difficulties in disclosing. His strength might not be very great, but his prophetic ability is unmatched by all. It was him who told me the news of the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine art coming into existence. He made me take action to seize it. If not for his guidance, how could I, this martial artist, who was only first-level Tao profound back then, be able to obtain such a heaven-defying cultivation method? This was truly a mysterious existence. He seemed to be an invisible hand, manipulating the entire divine realm's direction. Even the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine art, this kind of heaven-defying cultivation method, he was actually able to accurately predict too. Yi Yuan could not help sighing emotionally after hearing it. This was really a terrifying existence. It was just that fiend race existence did not seem to be some nice person either. Under his schemes, Fiend Ji, Di Jialan, and the Holy Mother Devil Flower came into being one after another. On this point, it seemed like this human race major power fell into a disadvantageous position again. Looking at the current divine realm's direction, it was clearly the fiend race who took the Ma's civ upper hand. Thinking about it like this, that fiend race existence seemed to be even more fearsome. Then you coming to save me, this time was already divined by that person? Yi Yuan said curiously. Tung Yin did not deny it, and said with a nod, "That's right. A month ago, I suddenly received his news, making me come to the vicinity of the holy city. I didn't think that you were actually being hunted down by Zhuge Qingxian." Yi Yuan also heaved a long sigh when he heard that and said, "Originally, I planned on exterminating the Yu Soul Sect's Tao teachings. But I didn't expect Zhuge Qingxian to actually come back at this time. However, although I didn't succeed this time, they suffered a great loss in vitality too." Hearing Yi Yuan's words, with Tung Yun's composure, he drew a cold breath too. Exterminating the holy city's Tao teachings, this kind of thing, even he did not dare to think about it. To think that this brat did it, when he heard Yi Yuan say that he killed 5 of the holy city's void mystic powerhouses and eliminated the purple gold hall's divine king powerhouses, he could not help staring aghast, with his jaws slack. With his cultivation realm, it was already very hard for something to be able to make him visibly moved. But Yi Yuan's actions were undoubtedly a heavyweight bomb, making him incredibly alarmed. Only after a long time did Tung Yun said emotionally, "You, this brat, are truly a freak, but this matter was beautifully done." The two people exchanged a glance, both roaring with a hearty laugh. Although Yi Yuan's actions were incapable of wrecking the holy city's foundations, it was absolutely able to make it hard for them to bear. Divine king powerhouses were not considered much, but void mystic powerhouses, each one was extremely valuable. Yi Yuan's indiscriminate killing could be said to have severed half of the holy city's foundation. Since you already know about the Yu Soul sect, then you should also know about the ancient Heaven One sect, right? Ting Yun asked. Yi Yuan nodded his head, expressing that he was aware. "Then, do you know where the spirit bristle, 9 young divine, art originated from?" Ting Yun asked again. Yi Yuan was stunned when he heard that. Could it be that this spirit bristle 9 young divine art still had a great background? Recalling it a bit, seemed like it really was so. If not for a great background, what right did Tung Yun have to be evenly matched with Zhuge Qingxian? Yi Yuan suddenly recalled Sky Distant mentioned before. There had once been 3 great origin deity realm powerhouses 1,000,000 years ago. The strongest was Absolute Heaven, next was Zuozong, while the other person, Sky Distant, did not say, but he was clearly an exceptionally terrifying existence too. Could it be that this spirit bristle 9 young divine art was actually his legacy? Could it be that the spirit bristle 9 young divine art is the legacy cultivation method of the ancient 9 Sons true sect? Yi Yuan said in amazement. Tung Yun smiled and said, "That's right. The sects from 1,000,000 years ago, the information left behind currently are already extremely few. But this spirit bristle 9 young divine art and the Yu Soul Sect's Brahma Heart Sutra were known as the 3 great unparalleled cultivation methods at that time, along with the Heaven One sect's vast heaven sword art. 1,000,000 years ago, the 9 Sons true sect master, Jiang Chen, cultivated it to the 8th level, his cultivation reaching the heavens." Yi Yuan was amazed as he said, "I didn't think that the spirit bristle 9 young divine art actually still had such an origin. Senior Jiang Cheng, A.S., Sist Senior Absolute Heaven, and defeated the fiend race with the utmost effort, but he was willing to stay behind the scenes. Truly respectable. Rather, that Zuozong left behind a Tao teaching that brought harm for 1,000,000 years. Simply the disgrace of the human race." Tung Yun deeply felt that way too, as he said, "I cultivate the spirit bristle 9 young divine art. The person that I respect most in this life is Senior Jiangchen. Ji Qingyun, you entered Tao with the sword, but you never seem to have cultivated the vast heaven sword art. This spirit bristle 9. Yang Divine Art's second half. I'll impart it to you. If you can have some comprehensions, you can similarly carve out a great Tao. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, and he said, "You can really bear to part with it." Tung Yun said with a smile, "What's there to be reluctant about? As long as we can repel the fiend race, forget about a cultivation method. Even if it wants this Tung's life, why not?" Toward Tung Yun, Yi Yuan could not help feeling great respect. Deity realm cultivation methods were incomparably precious, let alone the spirit bristle 9 Yang Divine art, this sort of cultivation method that could cultivate to the origin deity realm. Tung Yun actually took it out without even batting an eyelid. It could be seen that he did not just obtain the 9 Sons' true sex legacy. Even the character was Pa-S, said down too. It looked like when this cultivation method chose the successor back then, not anybody could obtain it. Everything was foreordained by heaven. Divine inscriptions slowly flowed into Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness. The spirit bristle 9 Yang Divine art within Yi Yuan's body started to automatically revolve. Everything was achieved without effort. Yi Yuan's spirit bristle 9 Yang Divine art's first half had not been cultivated fully yet. His comprehensions toward these divine inscriptions were not deep, but some of the originally obscure aspects became clear now. Under this surge of divine Tao laws putting into motion, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm actually showed some improving. Seeing that Yi Yuan's comprehension ability was so high, Tung Yun was greatly shocked too. Back then, he went into closed seclusion for 500 years before cultivating the first half of the spirit bristle 9 Yang Divine art to the perfection of the 9th level. But Yi Yuan only cultivated this cultivation method for over 20 years and was actually almost reaching the great circle of perfection realm already. Chapter 1131, Meeting an Old Acquaintance in a Foreign Land. Chapter 1131, Meeting an Old Acquaintance in a Foreign Land. Indeed, worthy of being the Son of Heaven's mandate. Your talent is truly heaven-defying. With such excellent talent, your previous life was truly wasted. Watching Yi Yuan, who broke through to the 6th level Tao Profound, Spirit Bristle Divine King, had a look of shock. Under this contrast, the disparity emerged. Yi Yuan said, smilingly, "Brother Ting is too modest. Who doesn't know your talent in the divine realm? To be able to comprehend the spirit bristle 9 Yang Divine art to such an extent, a second one can't be found in this divine realm." It was not that Yi Yuan was flattering him. Divine inscriptions were not what anybody could comprehend, like Cloud Sky and Nangong Zifeng. They were likewise the Brahma Heart Sutra's successors. But regarding comprehension towards divine inscriptions, they could not even see Zhuge Qingxuan's back. Also, the Dragon Clan similarly had divine inscriptions. But Ao Duo's comprehension was likewise limited. Hence, to be able to comprehend divine inscriptions to such a level, Tung Yun was absolutely a talented prodigy. Tung Yun scolded with a peal of laughter. "Aren't you this second person? I'm only several thousand years older than you. Your accomplishments along this path in the future will surely not be beneath mine. No, wait, with your comprehension ability, you'll definitely surpa S your predecessors." "Oh, right, Brother Ting, I wonder which level your spirit bristle 9 Yang Divine art is comprehended to?" Yi Yuan suddenly asked curiously. Apart from the medicine G.O.D. Soul Canon, Yi Yuan's comprehension of divine Tao laws were still very superficial. Towards the ranking of divine Tao laws, Yi Yuan was still very fuzzy. But Tung Yun was unable to stifle laughter when he heard that, and said, "What level can there be without deity realm cultivation? How can comprehending divine Tao laws be so easy? To be able to comprehend the first level to the great circle of perfection realm is already very fortunate. just this first level, this Tung has already comprehended for over 1,000 years, and also just barely managed to reach the late stage of the first level. Yi Yuan was unbelievably surprised when he heard that too. Tung Yun, this kind of peerless genius who cultivated along this path for over 1,000 years, actually did not even reach the perfection of the first level. It could be seen how difficult the comprehension of divine Tao laws was. Except, Yi Yuan also knew that this was primarily still limited to cultivation realm. If he was able to break through to the deity realm, Tung Yun's accomplishments definitely would not stop here. Right then, Tung Yun took out a piece of jade pendant and set it to Yi Yuan as he said, "This jade pendant contains a trace of my divine sense imprint. If you need my help, crush it. I'll naturally rush over. At present, the fiend race is itching to take action. I still have other matters to attend to and won't accompany you on your journey." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Thank you very much for this trip, Brother Tung." After separating from Tung Yun, Yi Yuan also behaved in a low-profile manner and hastened along the way. This place was still within the holy region's boundary. Yi Yuan was unable to enter into the city and transfer away. Probably the moment he entered the city, the holy city's side would know. With Zhuge Qingxuan's strength, if he chased after again, it would likely not make it for Tung Yun to want to rush back. Hence, Yi Yuan exercised caution along the way and only left the holy region after traveling for more than a month. Tranquil Sun City was a rank 2 Holy Land's main city. This Tranquil Sun Holy Land was also a Virginia S. Sal Holy Land of the Holy Region. But this place was already very far from the Holy City. The Holy Region's control was already comparatively weaker. As long as Yi Yuan was a little more careful, there was naturally no harm. After entering the city, Yi Yuan suddenly discovered that he seemed to not have much heaven essence crystals on him anymore. Inside the Bloodrain Wilderness, in order to set up the 9-9 illusionary spirit heaven slaughter formation, Yi Yuan virtually exhausted all of the heaven essence crystals on him. Currently, he was practically without a penny in his pocket, riding the transmission array, and leaving naturally required a considerable sum of heaven essence crystals. "Looks like I got to sell off some things," Yi Yuan said with a sigh. Apart from that period when he just ascended, Yi Yuan never seemed to have worried about essence crystals before. He did not think that at this time a single cent stumped a hero. Fortunately, Yi Yuan had numerous spirit medicines on him. The medicinal pills that he refined were also not in small numbers. There was no harm in selling off some. Since it was selling off, Yi Yuan naturally had to find a trustworthy merchant. Yi Yuan stopped a martial artist and asked, "This brother, is there a meteor trading company in Tranquil Sun City?" The moment that person heard the name Meteor Trading Company, he could not help looking at Yi Yuan with an odd expression and said, "Ha, there is still today, but tomorrow reckon that there won't be any more. This little brother, if you want to buy stuff, it is best to go to the Pola Trading Company. After today, the Meteor Trading Company is going to be thoroughly incorporated into the Pola Trading Company." The Pola Trading Company, out of the martial artist's mouth, Yi Yuan was naturally aware it. The divine realm had a total of 9 great trading companies. 8 great trading companies among them were all rank 1 forces. Only this Pola Trading Company was a quasi-super holy land. There was naturally some tie-in between the 9 great trading companies, but it also formed a delicate balance. For so many years, the 9 great trading companies mostly competed financially. This time, it seemed to be somewhat unusual. Yi Yuan could not help being very surprised when he heard and asked again curiously, "What does this mean?" That martial artist looked at Yi Yuan with a look of disdain and said, "Such a major event happened to the 9 great trading companies, and you're actually unaware?" Yi Yuan flushed red and said, This younger brother stayed for the greater part of a year inside a mystic realm. What happened to these 9 great trading companies? I'm really unaware. The martial artist had a look of realization and explained. So that's how it is. Around half a year ago, the Pola Trading Company suddenly launched an attack, sweeping across the other 8 great trading companies with a momentum like a sudden peal of thunder, which left no time for covering ears. At present, those of the 8 great trading companies who died are dead, and those injured are down. They are already long in tattered wrecks. Only this Meteor Trading Company escaped a calamity instead because the main boss is missing and the daughter, Miss Chinner, has been searching for her father all along. Speaking of which, it's a coincidence, too, that Miss Chinner just happened to come to this Tranquil Sun City 2 days ago, but was directly confronted in Tranquil Sun City by the Pola Trading Company's powerhouses. At present, the 2 great trading companies are duking it out. Even City Lord, His Excellency, don't dare to intervene either. I reckon that after tonight, the Meteor Trading Company won't be able to hold on anymore. Hearing these words, monstrous waves surged in Yi Yuan's heart. The 9 great trading companies had always been living harmoniously in peace in these 1,000 years. He did not think that such a sudden turn of events actually occurred. Yi Yuan knew that the Pola Trading Company was stronger than the other trading companies, but to say annihilate the other 8 houses overnight, they definitely did not have that strength. Could it be that it was the fiend race causing trouble in between this again? The fiend race could even plan informants in the Holy City. It was still unknown how many contingency plans they set up. Them secretly controlling the Pola Trading Company did not have any strange areas at all. This big brother, thank you very much. I wonder where this Meteor Trading Company is at in the Tranquil Sun City? Yi Yuan asked with a smile. Pot S, S2 streets, make a right turn, and you'll reach it. Young lad, although your strength is decent, I urge that you'd best not tread into the muddy waters. Otherwise, it will be hard to even fend for yourself. This martial artist was warm-hearted and warned him. Yi Yuan clasped his hands with a smile as he said, "Many thanks to this big brother. This younger brother got it." The moment that martial artist left, Yi Yuan's expression turned grim. Even if this matter was not done by the fiend race, Yi Yuan had to stick a hand in as well. Matters of the world were hard to predict. Yi Yuan also did not expect that it was so coincidental. Chinner was actually in this Tranquil Sun City. Back then, Yi Yuan had just ascended not long, and was considered to have gotten along merrily with her. He did not think that this farewell over a decade had gone by. Since Chinner was here, Yi Yuan had to intervene in it no matter what. Chapter 1132. Trading Worlds Change. Chapter 1132. Trading Worlds Change Meteor Trading Company's Tranquil Sun branch. At this time, it was surrounded by a group of experts until it was impermeable. Those powerhouses were wearing the Pola Trading Company's attires. Each and every one of them was actually all Divine King Realm experts. To a trading company, Divine King Realm experts were not often seen. Dispatching out so many at once was truly rather exaggerated. The Meteor Trading Company's side also had some Divine King experts, but each and every one of them was having injuries on them. By the side, even laid quite a number of dead bodies. These Divine Kings guarded a dainty and exquisite girl in the center who had the appearance of looking at death calmly in the face. "Ha! Little girl!" Zhao Qian hand over the meteor star token obediently. "Maybe this old man can still take you in as a concubine and give you a way out. If you put up a stubborn resistance, once Lord Qin Chuan arrives, it'll likely not be that easy even if you want to die," said a Pola Trading Company's middle-aged Divine King with a licentious smile. This person's strength already reached peak Divine King, bringing along 7 to 8 of the Pola Trading Company's Divine King powerhouses and surrounding the Meteor Trading Company. The meteor trading company's powerhouses fought desperately to resist. At present, there were only 4 or 5 divine king powerhouses left. They were already an arrow at the end of its flight, a spent force. These few people protected Zhao Qian in the middle. There was already no path to retreat, but that fair and ethereal face of Zhao Qian's was filled with despair at this time. The Pola Trading Company swept across the 8 great trading companies in an overpowering manner. At present, only the Meteor Trading Company survived. The Meteor Star token was the Meteor Trading Company's cardinal token. One could use it to deploy all of the Meteor Trading Company's resources. Once seized, the Meteor Trading Company would be thoroughly finished. Zhao Qian knew that the other 7 great trading companies' cardinal tokens already landed in the Pola Trading Company's hands. This piece in her hand was the final piece. Zhao Qian let out a sigh and said to the elderly person beside her, "Elder Tan, you guys leave. I'll ask Li Zhong to let you guys leave with the Meteor Star token as the price. There's already not much meaning in continuing to defend." This Elder Tan was the Meteor Trading Company's head elder. His strength also reached peak Divine King. It was also precisely because of him being around that the Meteor Trading Company could last until now. It was just that the Pola Trading Company's Void Mystic Powerhouse was already on his way. As long as that Qin Chuan arrived, these people would be all out of luck. Elder Tan's face fell, and he said, "Chinner, this old man's old bones are Meteor Star's man in life, and Meteor Star's ghost in death. You let me leave, where can I go to? This old man will carve out A-B-L-O-O-D-Y path right here. The few of you escort Chinner away. As long as the Meteor Star token exists, our Meteor Trading Company isn't lost." Zhao Qian forcefully held back tears. But she knew that this was merely putting up a last-ditch struggle. She held on to Elder Tan and said, "No, the Pola Trading Company concealed too deeply. We can't escape at all. Elder Tan, you contributed to Meteor Star all your life. I can't let you lose your integrity in old age." Done talking, Zhao Qian leaped and jumped out of all the guards. Facing Li Zhong, she said coldly, "Li Zhong, I'll give you the Meteor Star token. Let Elder Tan, they all leave. If not, I'll destroy the Meteor Star token and let you guys get nothing." The Meteor Star token was refined with special materials. It was extremely hard to destroy, but as the current Meteor Trading Company's leader, Zhao Qian had the method to destroy it. Li Zhong's expression changed when he heard that and said with a nod, "Fine. There are merely clowns jumping around. What's the harm in letting them leave?" He waved a hand, and the subordinates opened up a path. He was actually really going to let Elder Tan and the others leave. These people remaining were all die-hard devotees of the Meteor Trading Company. Elder Tan's expression changed, and he said, "Chinner." Zhao Qian turned around. Her expression was cold, and she pressed the short sword in her hand on her neck and said sternly, "Elder Tan, if you all don't go, Chinner will die in front of you guys." Zhao Qian did not notice that right at this time, a hint of a hideous grin flashed across the corners of Li Zhong's mouth. His figure suddenly erupted, heading straight for Zhao Qian. Seeing this scene, Elder Tan's expression changed drastically, and he howled, "Be careful, Chinner." But it was already too late. Li Zhong was a peak Divine King. How swift was his movement technique! In just a blink of an eye, he arrived beside Zhao Qian and grabbed towards her arm. As long as he restrained Zhao Qian, she would not have any chance to destroy the Meteor Star token anymore. This sudden turn of events came too quickly. Everyone could not react in time at all. Zhao Qian's turned pale with fright and was instinctively going to destroy the Meteor Star token. Just as Li Zhong's hand had just touched Zhao Qian's arm, a streak of sword light shot out diagonally, its speed swift to the extreme. "Puchi, Li Zhong's hand! was severed at the wrist. Arg! The crowd was flabbergasted. Only Li Zhong's shrill, miserable cries reverberated. Zhao Qian's hand froze there, and she actually forgot to destroy the meteor star token for a moment. The Pola Trading Company's powerhouses were all akin to facing a great enemy. They completely did not see clearly where this sword light came out from. They looked all around and could not find the enemy at all. Who dares to ambush this seat? Get out here for this seat. Li Zhong bared his teeth and yelled fiercely. Slap! Li Zhong's voice had yet to face when he was directly smacked onto the ground by someone with a slap. The Pola Trading Company's Divine King powerhouses were all as if they had seen a ghost. This slap, they totally did not see clearly who struck it. Mouth is so stinky, deserves to be hit. A young profile suddenly appeared at the scene, causing everyone to give a sidelong glance. When Zhao Qian saw this figure, her gaze was filled with a look of pleasant surprise. No, Ji. Zhao Qian was just about to call Yi Yuan's name when she suddenly recalled his other ident, Tai, and hurriedly correctly herself. With the Meteor Trading Company's information channels, how could they possibly not know the intel of Ji Qingyan returning to the divine realm? Back then, when Zhao Qian obtained this information, she was stunned for a long time before calming down. It was just that she never thought that after a time interval of many years, Lord Qingyanzi actually made a move and saved her. Yi Yuan turned around and said with Zhao Qian with a smile, "No worries. You'd best call me Yi Yuan." Zhao Qian's face became joyful, and she said with a nod, "El Lord Yi Yuan." Yi Yuan shook his head helplessly and turned around towards the Pola Trading Company's powerhouses. He asked, "Who will come and tell me who's controlling the Pola Trading Company right now?" Those Divine King powerhouse exchanged glances, their faces revealing blank looks. Yi Yuan saw their expression and knew that these guys did not know anything at all and could not help being greatly disappointed. Yi Yuan was just about to make a move to annihilate these Divine Kings when a powerful aura suddenly locked him down. Where did this brat come from? To actually dare meddle in my Pola Trading Company's affairs? A figure descended from the sky, his aura imposing. Seeing this person, everyone's expressions changed drastically. It's actually a void mystic powerhouse. I didn't think that the Pola Trading Company's strength was actually so great, sending out a void mystic powerhouse randomly. Earlier, I still thought that the Meteor Trading Company escaped a calamity. Looking at it now, a disaster is imminent. That young man's strength seems to be very formidable, but he's only 6th level Dao profound. Dealing with Divine King powerhouses is still Sable, but once void mystic powerhouses arrive, it will most likely be fraught with grim possibilities. The moment Zhao Qian saw the arrival, her expression could not help changing greatly as she hurriedly shouted to Yi Yuan, "Yi Yuan, quickly go! This Qin Chuan is the current Pola Trading Company's protector. He's a veteran void mystic powerhouse. You're not a match, sup 1/sup. Chapter 1133. Hero? Chapter 1133. Hero? Leave? With this seat here, none of you can leave today. Hand over the meteor star token obediently, and I can leave you with an intact corpse." Qin Chuang glared fiercely with an awe-inspiring appearance. Those people surrounding and watching were silent like cicadas in winter. A void mystic powerhouse, the martial artists of rank 2 Holy Lands never saw before in their lifetimes too. This kind of power, when they saw it, was akin to a D-like existence. This tranquil sun, Holy Land's Holy Lord, had long hidden himself to D knows where. The two great Chamber of Commerce's violent clash, he was an innocent bystander who was implicated. Zhao Qian blocked in front of Yi Yuan and said, "Yi Yuan, your good intentions, Zhao Qian got it. will help you block for a while. Quickly go. The Meteor Trading Company is already hopeless. I don't want to drag you in anymore. Ha ha ha. What a fine pair of intimate lovers. However, do you take this seat to be joking? Today, none of you can leave. Qin Chuang laughed loudly and said, Qin Chuan's words made Zhao Qian's face turn red, but she still stubbornly blocked in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled lightly, but pulled Zhao Qian aside and said to Qin Chuan, You're called Qin Chuan, right? According to what I know, there's no void mystic powerhouse called Qin Chuan in the Pola Trading Company. Where did you pop out from? Qin Chuan's expression changed when he heard that and said, Where'd this seat come from? Could it be that I still have to report to you, this little brat? Want to know? Go down and ask the king of E.L.L. Qin Chuan gave a savage laugh. His divine king domain was suddenly unleashed, and he charged over towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's expression turned cold. The evil extermination sword formula was abruptly released. Boom! Yi Yuan did not move a muscle, while Qin Chuan directly flew out backward. He already sustained severe injuries. The air billows stirred up by the sword intent directly toppled the martial artists in the distance over. Everyone looked at Yi Yuan with endless astonishment, casting towards him with looks of incredulity. Is that young man really 6th level Dao profound? He sent a void mystic powerhouse flying with one sword. Could it be that my eyesight is failing? Didn't people say that what's capable of dealing with divine king domains were only divine king domains? That young man seemed to have only released one SLAs. H. Plus, really saw a ghost. Just now, seeing a void mystic powerhouse made me excited for a long time. I didn't think that he was so frail. These people would not understand the terror of Yi Yuan's sword intent at all. But this did not hinder them from sighing with admiration towards this sword, because Yi Yuan's opponent was an invincible existence, a void mystic powerhouse. This Qin Chuan's strength was far from Zhao Lingdong's. His divine king domain was at most also just 1,000 feet in range. Yi Yuan's exterminating him was merely a matter of a flick of his fingers. Just now, when the divine king domain attacked, Zhao Qian thought that she was dead for sure, but did not think that the situation changed so quickly. In a blink of an eye, Qin Chuan, this void mystic powerhouse, was defeated, lost at the hands of Yi Yuan, who was only 6th level Dao profound. Zhao Qian's beautiful eyes looked at Yi Yuan with a look of disbelief. Over 10 years of not seeing him, Yi Yuan's strength was actually downright horrifying already. Yi Yuan came before Qin Chuan and said coolly, You still have one last chance. Right now, is the Pola Trading Company already controlled by the fiend race or not? What? Fiend race? Could this Qin Chuan be of the fiend race? It's impossible, right? What he used was clearly human race cultivation method. Who is that young man? Why would he know that this Qin Chuan is of the fiend race? Yi Yuan's words caused a commotion in the crowd. Fiend race, this name, made everyone's countenance change from talking about it. Qin Chuan's expression changed when he heard that, his eyes revealing a panicky look as he hurriedly shook his head and said, I don't understand what you're saying. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said smilingly, Don't understand, is it? Reveal your true face. Otherwise, you don't have the chance anymore. Yi Yuan pressed forward step by step. Qin Chuan crawled on the ground and retreated step by step. Yi Yuan slowly raised his sword. A powerful aura finally made Qin Chuan unable to endure it. Boom! Fiendish energy billowed to the sky. Powerful black qi instantly enveloped Qin Chuan inside. Qin Chuan's aura actually became much stronger compared to before. D.A.M. and human. This seat will tear you into 1,000 pieces today. Qin Chuan said ferociously. Everyone was stupefied by this sudden turn of events. Although that surging fiendish energy was unfamiliar, this state that was vastly different from humans instantly made everyone understand that this person was of the fiend race. The fiend race actually appeared once more. For a moment, this information was akin to a plague spreading out in the crowd. Quickly run. Legends have it that the fiend race eats people. Quickly run. This fiend became much stronger all of a sudden. I reckon that he's even stronger than void mystic powerhouses. Quickly run. The divine realm sky is going to change. Legends have it that when the fiend race descends, it's a calamity of the world. Havoc erupted in the crowd. Those martial artists all lost their wits in fear and panic, fighting to escape. The feeling that Qin Chuan gave them was too dangerous. Although Yi Yuan exhibited powerful strength, under the impact of this aura, it was still incapable of making them feel REA.S short. Ha ha. I'll go to H.E.L. L for this seat. Despicable humans. Qin Chuan's fiendish energy surged towards those martial artists wantonly. Clearly, he was going to go on a Ma.S saker. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, his expression could not help turning grim, and he said with a cold snort, "A mere fiend emperor, this young master has already slaughtered G. Oh, D knows how many. To actually dare be insolent in front of me." Sword intent connecting to divinity. One sword unleashes. H.I. plus ing, a peerlessly tyrannical sword. Energy instantly extinguished that fiendish energy. Evil extermination was the jinx of fiendish energy. This sword, Yi Yuan used divine essence. It was like directly cruce. H.I. plussing dead leaves and branches, utterly eradicating Qin Chuan. Although this fiend emperor was strong, he was also not stronger than the Devil Ridge Three Freaks. To the current Yi Yuan, it was not considered much. The reason why he dawdled, until now, was only in order to bait some things out of his mouth. He did not think that this guy immediately went berserk. Those martial artists were currently fleeing helter-skelter when they suddenly discovered that that powerful fiend energy vanished without a trace. Looking again, that Qin Chuan with a shocking aura was already left with less than dregs at this time. That crisscrossing sword energy was currently slowly dissipating. Everyone looked at Yi Yuan like they had seen a ghost. This sixth-level Dao profound young man directly exterminated a fiend emperor. Well done, Your Excellency. You're our hero. In the midst of shock, no idea who shouted either, the others immediately came to their senses. At once, clamoring shouting echoed. If not for Yi Yuan, tranquil Sun City was bound to be plunged into an abyss of misery and suffering. These people took Yi Yuan to be their hero from the bottom of their hearts. By the side, Zhao Qian's eyes swiveled around, a pair of beautiful eyes staring at Yi Yuan. That young man-back then already matured into a great hero. No, it should be that he was a hero in the first place. This man was a man who had once stood at the summit of alchemy Dao. But seeing this sight, Yi Yuan sighed slightly in his heart. These people were lucky. They were completely unaware just how powerful the fiend race force was. The one who was killed just now was merely a trivial little fiend emperor. That was all. What was truly terrifying were Fiend Ji. Oh, DS like Jialan. One Jialan was already sufficiently terrifying, but behind the fiend race, there was even a more terrifying Holy Mother Devilflower and Kanua. Perhaps before long, that scene earlier would spread throughout the entire divine realm. Right? Chapter 1134, 9 Phoenix Island. Chapter 1134, 9 Phoenix Island. Zhao Qian did a curtsy towards Yi Yuan and said gratefully, "Many thanks for young Master Ye's life-saving grace." This lowly girl is endlessly grateful. Elder Tan and the group of elders also bowed and saluted Yi Yuan, saying, "Today, if not for young Master Ji, our old bones would have to be buried here." Elder Tan and Zhao Xingchen were sworn brothers. He had naturally seen Yi Yuan before as well. Hence, he was still used to calling Yi Yuan young Master Ji. Yi Yuan waved his hand with a smile and said, "All our old friends already. Everyone, there's no need to be courteous. Rather, Miss Qianer, why would you show up in Tranquil Sun City?" Zhao Qian's expression dimmed and said, "These few years, Qianer has constantly been searching for father's whereabouts. A few days back, Tranquil Sun City's side here sent over news, finally confirming that the place father last disappeared was in the vicinity of Tranquil Sun City. Hence, Qianer brought along several elders and rushed over through the night. Didn't think that we actually evaded a besiegement." Yi Yuan frowned and said, "This Tranquil Sun City is merely a rank 2 holy land. What did Brother Zhao come here for?" At this time, Elder Tan suddenly interjected, "Qianer doesn't know about this, but this old man knows a little about it. Back then, the head boss said that he obtained news of the Silver Moon Heavenly Tea. Then he left the Meteor Star Trading Company, his whereabouts unknown ever since. It's just that I wonder why he viewed this Silver Moon Heavenly Tea as so important." Yi Yuan's entire body trembled when he heard that, his heart twitching violently. Elder Tan did not know, but Yi Yuan knew why. Previous life. A few years before Yi Yuan perished, he had once requested Zhao Xingchen to make him pay attention to the whereabouts of the Tao-defying pill's 9 great core medicines. After he told Finish, Yi Yuan did not pay extra attention to the Meteor Star Trading Company's affairs. After all, these 9 major core medicines could be chanced upon, but not by searching for it. This Silver Moon Heavenly Tea was precisely one of the 9 major core medicines. Could it be that Zhao Xingchen actually went missing because of helping him find spirit medicines? It seemed like there was only this possibility too. Previous life, although Yi Yuan and Zhao Xingchen were not considered to be on intimate terms, their relations, H.I. plus P was also considered pretty good. It was just that Yi Yuan did not think that Zhao Xingchen actually took to heart his matters. Perhaps Zhao Xingchen had some intention of currying favor with those in power, but no matter what, he had indeed risked his life. Until now, his life or death was still unknown. "What's wrong, young Master Yi?" Zhao Qian asked carefully. Seeing Yi Yuan's great display of divine might today, Zhao Quan knew that this man had already ascended to the summit once more. He and she were already people of 2 different worlds. She quietly put away that romantic thought. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said coolly, "I'm fine. I was on close terms with Brother Zhao. Since I encountered it, there's no logic of not rescuing. Tell me about what information you guys found." The moment Zhao Qian heard, she could not help being overjoyed. Yi Yuan's strength, she had witnessed it today. That Qin Chuan's strength was fearsome, but he could not even last past 1 move under Yi Yuan's hands. The might of Yi Yuan's strength could be seen at a glance. With him around, the hope of rescuing father clearly increased greatly. Zhao Qian did not hesitate at once, spilling out the information that the Meteor Star Trading Company found. There was an enormous stretch of sea region north of Tranquil Sun City called Garner Sky Sea Region. This stretch of sea region was as vast as hundreds of millions of miles, spanning over a dozen major regions. It was the Divine Realm's number 2 major sea region. Over 20 years ago, Zhao Xingchen set off for the Garner Sky Sea region from Tranquil Sun City. In the end, he never came back, but the Meteor Star Trading Company inquired for a long time in Tranquil Sun City and finally inquired an intel. It was that Zhao Xingchen seemed to have gone to the Garner Sky Sea region's 9 Phoenix Island back then. Zhao Qian's group coming to Tranquil Sun City this time was in preparations of setting off for 9 Phoenix Island, but did not think that such an unforeseen accident actually happened. Hearing Zhao Qian's description, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed together, and he muttered to himself, 9 Phoenix Island? It is said that this 9 Phoenix Island is a death trap. Even if void mystic powerhouses enter, they might not be able to come out either. Brother, Zhao actually went to the 9 Phoenix Island along by himself. But when Zhao Qian heard, she nodded and said, legends have it that the 9 Phoenix Island is the place where a phoenix met with its death. The power of flames is extremely staggering, even if void mystic powerhouses enter inside. A single misstep, and they would also be burned to death by the fire spirit. Furthermore, obstacles inside are extremely numerous. One must acquire the clear eye token to be able to enter inside. It's just that what kind of item this clear eye token is, and body has ever seen before. Yi Yuan's expression could not help turning slightly grim when he heard it. Entering the 9 Phoenix Island for over 20 years and never came out, Zhao Xingchen was likely fraught with grim possibilities. But now that it came to this, Yi Yuan naturally had to make a trip. All right then, you guys wait for my news in Tranquil Sun City. I still have a matter to attend to. After a few days, I'll make a trip to the 9 Phoenix Island and search for Brother Zhao's traces, Yi Yuan said. But Zhao Qian said obstinately, no way. Young Master Yi, I know that you have good intentions, but I finally managed to find Father's news. I must go and take a look. Even if I see his corpse, I'll have no more illusions about the matter as well. Elder Ten also urged, young Master Ji, Qianer is showing her filial piety. These past few years, she has practically been running around to search for the main boss's whereabouts. Now that it's already right in front of her, how is there the logic of not going in? Furthermore, us staying in Tranquil Sun City might not be safer than 9 Phoenix Island. The Pola Trading Company overwhelming at present. They have probably long been infiltrated too deeply by the fiend race already. They don't have just Qi Chuan, one void mystic powerhouse. Qin Chuan being eliminated by young Master Ji, they definitely won't take things lying down. What Elder Tan said made sense too. It was indeed not very safe for their party to remain here, but Yi Yuan did not wish to bring them along. Even Elder Tan was a burden to Yi Yuan too. Rather than bringing them along, he might as well enter himself. It was just that Zhao Qian's stubborn appearance. Yi Yuan also knew that saying any more was futile. He could only nod his head and say, fine then, since that's the case, go together then. But I'll say the nasty stuff first. When the time comes, heed my command for everything. Otherwise, once there are any accidents, don't blame this Yi for not acknowledging relations. Yi Yuan face fell, having the air of a powerhouse naturally. Even Elder Tan did not dare to defy as well, and hurriedly said, rest assured, young Master Ji will definitely heed your instructions. Yi Yuan did not move out right away because he wanted to help Ao Qian refine the 9 Melody Origin vitalizing pill. He pooled together the remaining spirit medicines in the Blood Rain Wilderness, coupled with the ethereal blood ginseng that he acquired at the Chaotic Devil Sea. He could just nice refine the 9 Melody Origin vitalizing pill. The 9 Melody Origin vitalizing pill was already the pinnacle-most origin consolidating and bolstering among mystic-grade medicinal pills. If not for Yi Yuan comprehending the medicine D's soul canon in his current state, he absolutely could not refine it. But along with his divine soul's strength increasing with each Sing Day, the transformation of the gold-colored divine soul also made significant headway. With his sixth level Tao, profound essence energy coupled with the gold-colored divine soul, refining this 9-melody origin vitalizing pill was naturally nothing difficult. 3 days later, the 9-melody origin vitalizing pill was formed. Holding this medicinal pill in his hand, tears coursed down Ao Qian's old face. I really didn't think that this old man would actually still have a day where I could recover my strength. My lord, old Ao's old bones will be sold to you in the future. Ao Qian said, shedding tears of grat. 1. Tude. Ao Qian was speaking from the bottom of his heart here. He really did not think that there was still such consummate alchemy skill in this world to actually let him come back from the dead, recovering his strength. Yi Yuan scolded with a smile. All right, quickly consume it. Already so advanced in age, and you're still so melodramatic. Not ashamed either. Chapter 1135. Sea Race. Chapter 1135. Sea Race B. Above the Garner Sky Sea region, several figures were flying. Along the way, Zhao Qian and Elder Tan were incredibly shocked. Elder Tan, young Master Yi, was clearly still only by himself a few days ago. Where did he find so many Peak Divine King experts in these few days? Zhao Qian transmitted her voice. These few people are not merely Peak Divine King experts. If I didn't see wrongly, these few people are probably all void mystic powerhouses, especially that curly-bearded burly man. He gives this old man an even more unfathomable feeling. In Elder Tan's voice transmission, exuded thick astonishment. The curly-bearded burly man out of Elder Tan's mouth was precisely the Ao Qian who consumed the 9-melody origin vitalizing pill. Currently, Ao Qian already thoroughly recovered his strength. The aura exuding from his body was naturally different from the rest. It was just that they all did not release their pressure. Hence, Elder Tan also could not say for sure just how powerful Ao Qian's strength was. All void mystic powerhouses. Zhao Qian's opened her eyes wide and drew a deep breath. When were void mystic powerhouses plentiful to the extent of being everywhere? That gray-robed middle-aged man, if I didn't see wrongly, he should be the extreme sword divine king who has already disappeared for a long time. As for the other two, this old man had never seen them before. If my conjectures are right, there must be a high-grade spatial holy artifact on young Master Ji. These few people have always been hiding inside his spatial holy artifact. Elder Tan was experienced and knowledgeable, guessing close to the mark. But it was precisely because so that the shock in their hearts was even less capable of increasing further, because these few mighty void mystic powerhouse actually viewed Yi Yuan as the boss. The two people exchanged a glance, both sucking in a breath deeply. They all knew that just based on this force before their eyes, it was sufficient to let Yi Yuan establish a super holy land anew. And, while flying, Yi Yuan's brows suddenly furrowed slightly, and he stopped. "What is it, my lord?" Ao Qian asked. "It seems like there are several auras that are not weak drawing closer to us," Yi Yuan said. Ao Qian was stunned and said, "My lord, are you mistaken? I didn't detect anything amiss." Ao Qian looked at Kuang Tianming and Jiang Taizong. The two people also shook their heads with blank looks. Clearly, they did not perceive anything too. "Go ahead first." That bunch of people seems to be heading in the direction of the 9 Phoenix Island too. Done talking, Yi Yuan took the lead and flew off, making Ao Qian and the rest have vacant looks. Before long, Ao Qian's expression turned cold. Sure enough, he detected several powerful auras heading over to this side. He could not help looking towards Yi Yuan in amazement and said, "My lord, your perception radius is truly too wide." He already completely recovered his strength currently. His perception also increased substantially. Taking a broad view across the entire divine realm, Not many people whose perception range was wider than his could be found, too. But Yi Yuan was only 6th level Dao profound. His perception range was actually several times greater than his. How could this not make him shocked? While at this time, in the sea waters far away, several silhouettes broke through the waves and arrived, their speed incomparably strange. Initially, their direction was heading towards the 9 Phoenix Island, but seeing Yi Yuan's party, they turned directions and came over here. Huang Tianming, Jiang Taitsang, and the rest also looked towards Yi Yuan with incredible shock. Younger brother, this perception of yours is also truly too frightening. 15 minutes before, you actually discovered them already. Huang Tianming said with a marveling sigh. With everyone's speed, traveling several tens of thousands of miles with 15 minutes of foot strength was still achievable. It was also to say that Yi Yuan's perception range was actually a scope of several tens of thousands of miles further than them. This disparity was also truly too great. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Wait till you guys comprehend heaven-man unity. You'll naturally be able to do it too." Yi Yuan's words involuntarily made everyone choke up. Each and every one of them looked at him and could not resist rolling their eyes. How could heaven-man unity be so easy to achieve? It was also just Yi Yuan, this freak, who cultivated heart realm to the realm of perfection when at the 6th level Dao profound. It's the sea race. It seems like their arrival don't have good intentions. Ao Qian suddenly frowned and said, around 10 figures drew a long trail on the surface of the water. The group of people bore down menacingly. Clearly, they were not easy to deal with people. Swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus tens of figures shot out of the water surface, directly surrounding Yi Yuan and the others. It was just that these people's looks were very ugly. Most had fish heads and human bodies, looking very unnatural. Ha ha, despicable humans. Offer up the essence crystals and treasures on you, and will spare your lives, said a merman with a large head and big ears. This merman's strength was extremely Estoni's. I plusing. It had clearly already reached the degree of human void mystic powerhouses. His heaven and earth comprehension was really not weak. Not just him. Among his clansmen, there were actually 4 people who were all void mystic powerhouses. Seeing this kind of power, Zhao Qian and Elder Tan's faces instantly turned deathly pale. The few sea races did not conceal their auras. That one in the front was even more than a grade stronger compared to that Qinchuan. Furthermore, the moment they emerged, it was 5 void mystic powerhouses. This made the 2 of them exceedingly worried. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he could not help saying in surprise, "I didn't think that the sea race's strength is actually so powerful. Randomly be, you pet into a group, and they are void mystic powerhouses." The sea race and human race stayed out of the others' affairs. Both parties' contacts were very few. For martial artists whose strengths were slightly weaker, once they stepped foot into the Garner Sky Sea region, it was basically little chance of coming out alive. Under this calm sea surface concealed enormous danger. How many powerhouses were among the sea race? The human race did not know either. Ao Qian nodded and said, "The sea race is numerous in numbers, even many times more than the demon race. Producing some void mystic powerhouses is naturally nothing difficult." Yi Yuan nodded his head, expressing his acknowledgement, and continued, "It's just that although the cultivation realm is high, it seems like their brains aren't too lucid." The moment Ao Qian and the rest heard, they all raised their heads and started laughing hard. These 2 people chorused in unison, not putting this group of sea folks in their eyes at all. The big-headed and large-eared merman, very under what Yi Yuan they all were talking about very quickly, and could not help saying furiously, N humans to actually dare besmirch the N. Oh, blee sea race. You guys are dead, for sure. Shark 1, Shark 3, Shark 4, Shark 5, everybody attack. Tear them apart. PFFF. Could it be that the sea race all have this intellect, don't even know how to name? Yi Yuan could not refrain from laughing when he heard that. He shrugged his shoulders and said to Ao Qian, "Old Ao, you should be itching, right? These few guys leave it to you to loosen up your bones and ligaments." Ao Qian had an excited look and said, "Hee, all right, my lord, wait for a bit and watch the fun by the side." Yi Yuan nodded his head and brought everyone and retreated to one side. The group of sea folks was still chasing them when all of a sudden, a terrifying aura instantly enveloped them. Dragon prancing the four seas. After a time interval of 20,000 years, Ao Qian's divine king domain was released at its full power for the first time. Seeing this scene, everyone's expressions changed drastically, because Ao Qian's divine king domain was actually 10,000 feet wide, within a 10,000 feet radius. It was all Ao Qian's domain of water, especially Elder Tan and Zhao Qian, the two people, their eyes were almost popping out. Such a strong divine king domain, it was still seldom seen in their lifetime. Old Ao's strength seems to be slightly stronger compared to Cloud Sky they all. It looks like he comprehended some divine Tao laws. It's just a little too shallow. Yi Yuan appraised Ao Qian by the side. Chapter 1136. Another World. Chapter 1136. Another World beat bang. 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 Essence energy overflowed in the sky. Ao Qian had a grand display of invincible might. Although those few sea folks were strong, they could not withstand Ao Qian's iron fists either. Before long, 5 great void mystic powerhouses were thoroughly beaten into submission by Ao Qian. Seeing Ao Qian's strength, Zhao Qian and Elder Tan were utterly stunned. 10,000 feet, radius divine, king domain. This lord, his strength can likely already rival the 8 great super holy lands, holy lords. Elder Tan said with a sigh of admiration. Along the way, he called young Master Yi with my lord. Such a powerhouse is actually young Master Ye's servant. Zhao Qian looked towards Yi Yuan with an anxious and doubtful look. Meeting Yi Yuan once again, she suddenly discovered that Yi Yuan was just like the sun high above, dazzling until it made people unable to stare right at it. This kind of disparity made Zhao Qian feel deeply inferior. Not fair. Despicable humans, fighting on land. We're at a disadvantage. If you have the capabilities, go into the water with me to battle. Shark 1 barked. Clang. Shark 1's voice had yet to fade when a streak of terrifying sword light brushed past his ear. Whoa, scared me to death. Shark 1 was taken aback with fright by this sword and cried out weirdly. Yi Yuan's face fell slightly, and he stepped forward. All shut your mouths for this young master. Otherwise, I'll kill everyone off. Those sea folks were shocked by this sword of Yi Yuan's, all becoming silent like cicadas in winter. Even the Shark 1 who was talkative also sensibly did not talk at this time. The deterrent power of that sword just now was even more terrifying than Ao Qian's divine king domain, because they all knew that if Yi Yuan really wanted to kill people, Shark 1 would already have died just now. Now, I ask you answer. If I discover that you're lying, kill without mercy. Yi Yuan said with a very grim expression. That fish face of Shark 1 was currently flickering erratically with alarm and fear. He finally knew that he kicked a metal plate today. These few sea folks were also used to running amok. Normally, when they ran into humans in the sea region, they basically had the policy of burn all, kill all, loot all, and would not even give humans a way out at all. In the course of time, they felt that humans were easy to bully. Therefore, The moment they saw that there was a group of people over here, especially that the group's strength was weak, they directly pounced over. Who could have thought that these few people's strengths were actually so formidable? Yes, yes, yes. Your Excellency, go ahead and ask. Shark One definitely won't dare to tell lies. Shake One hurriedly said. Yi Yuan swept a glance over him and said, Coolly, are you guys headed for 9 Phoenix Island? Shark One was cowed by Yi Yuan's aura and did not dare to lie, hurriedly saying, Yes, Your Excellency. We were going to 9 Phoenix Island. You guys frequently go to 9 Phoenix Island? Yi Yuan asked with a frown. Yes, every 3 months, 9 Phoenix Island will have a large-scale trade fair. Our sea folks are scarce in resources. Hence, will frequently come here to take part in the trade fair. Shark One said. This news took everyone aback. The 9 Phoenix Island that was a death trap in the legends actually had a large-scale trade fair. People all thought that the 9 Phoenix Island was an uninhabited island. No one expected that this place has people. In fact, it seemed like it was not just a few of them. Who organized this trade fair? Yi Yuan asked with a frown, but Shark One shook his head and said, Not too sure about this. I only heard that he's called Heavenspan Island Master. I don't know anything else about the rest. Heavenspan Island Master? Have you all heard of this name before? Yi Yuan had never heard of this name before and could not help asking the others. The others also had blank looks. Clearly, they all had not heard before. But it was very apparent that this Heavenspan Island Master was a very powerful guy. Otherwise, with the sea folks' stubborn and unruliness organizing this kind of trade fair, wouldn't all H-E-L-L break loose? Tell me in detail about what you know of the trade fair's situation. Yi Yuan said solemnly. Shark One did not dare to dawdle, telling about the trade fair situation without omitting any details. Turns out that this trade fair was actually conducted for 1,000 years already. Those coming to take part in this trade fair must hold a clear eye token. Otherwise, they will be lost in the fog barrier outside the island. Not only was there deadly poison in this fog barrier, but there were also even extremely powerful fire spirits. Once encountered, even void mystic powerhouses would be burned to ashes too. And those taking part in this trade fair was not just the sea folks. There were even quite a few humans, even demon race powerhouses. It was just that those coming to Pardic. 1. P. 8 in the trade fair were mostly all some itinerant powerhouses. The experts from sex were extremely few. Moreover, people possessing the clear eye token were also a fixed group. Therefore, those who came to take part in the trade fair in these 1,000 years were mostly fixed. There were only some minor changes. Listening up to here, Yi Yuan came to a realization why the outside world knew so little about the 9 Phoenix Island. This was a relatively sealed exchange circle. It was basically very hard for outsiders to come in. To enter the 9 Phoenix Island, one must have an insider's recommendation and obtain the clear eye token. Furthermore, those able to enter the 9 Phoenix Island, the lowest had to be divine king realm powerhouses too. Ordinary people would most likely be killed by the sea folk before even reaching this area of the sea region. One had to admit that this 9 Phoenix Island concealed itself very deeply, and that Heavenspan Island Master was a mysterious and hard-to-fathom individual. Over 20 years ago, there was a human powerhouse called Zhao Xingchen who looked somewhat similar to her, who had once entered the 9 Phoenix Island before. You have an impression? Yi Yuan suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Zhao Xingchen's and Zhao Qian's looks had some similarities. If Shark One saw before, he should have some impression. Hearing Yi Yuan's question, Zhao Qian also turned towards Shark One with a nervous look, hoping to obtain some useful information out of his mouth. It was just that Shark One would clearly disappoint her, only to see Shark One shake his head and say, "The human divine king powerhouses that I've seen before these few years are at least 1,000 too. How can Shark One remember?" Yi Yuan thought about it and asked again, "Then roughly 20 years ago, did someone inquire about the Silver Moon heavenly tea before on the Nine Phoenix Island?" Shark One thought about it and said, "Silver Moon heavenly tea 20 years ago, it really appeared before. It's just that this kind of treasure, the people vying for it at that time were too many. In the end, it was acquired by a mysterious human powerhouse." When Yi Yuan heard this, his eyes could not help lighting up. He asked again, "What did that human powerhouse look like?" But Shark One shook his head again and said, "That person covered himself up entirely. I completely could not see through." Yi Yuan could not help being slightly disappointed. It was very likely that that human powerhouse was Zhao Xingchen. But where did he go in the end? "All right, lead the way in front to Nine Phoenix Island." Yi Yuan said. What should be asked had been asked entirely. Yi Yuan naturally would not stop to ponder too long. He also did not think that the Nine Phoenix Island, where few people tread, actually had another world. With Shark One blazing a trail, the party traveled incomparably smoothly. 5 days later, this party finally bid the boundless sea farewell and saw a stretch of fog ahead. "Your Excellency, ahead is the Nine Phoenix Island." Shark One said weakly. Yi Yuan looked over. Ahead was a stretch of chalky whiteness. One completely could not see clearly what was inside. It was just that there were occasionally some yellow flames spurting out, erupting with a horrifying aura, striking terror in the hearts of people. "Why, Your Excellency, we only have 2 clear-eye tokens." Shark One said rather fearfully, "Chapter 1137, what you said makes a lot of sense." Chapter 1137. What you said makes a lot of sense. Seeing Shark One's comical expression, Yi Yuan was tickled. Shark One was very clever. He saw that Yi Yuan was completely ignorant about the Nine Phoenix Islands matters and knew that Yi Yuan definitely did not have clear-eye tokens on him. Reaching the Nine Phoenix Island, he was very scared of Yi Yuan's NTC hing their tokens. 1 token could only let 1 person go in. The remainder would have to wait outside the island. If Yi Yuan's NATC head away their 2 tokens, Shark One's trip would be considered in vain. When have I said that I'm going to NATC your tokens? Yi Yuan could not help laughing in spite of himself. With this, everyone was stunned. "My lord, not NATC. Hing their tokens, how do we go in? Those fire spirits seem to be very powerful. Furthermore, this fog barrier seems to secretly encompass S-array formations. It's not easy to cross." Ao Qian said. "Yeah, young Master Ji." Shark One already said. "For so many years, there has never been anyone who entered without relying on the tokens before." Elder Ten also said. Zhao Qian pretty eyes swirled around, but she did not speak. But the puzzled look in her eyes was similarly considerable. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "They only have 2 tokens. Even if we NATC it over, only 2 of us can go in. Who's entering then?" Yi Yuan's words stumped everyone. However, Shark One was wildly elated and said, "Why, Your Excellency, you're really not going to NATC HR tokens?" Yi Yuan directly gave him a kick and said, huffily, "Scram inside. Keep being long-winded, and your tokens will belong to this young master." Shark One jumped in fright and hurriedly rolled and crawled together with Shark Two, entering inside the mist barrier. "My lord, this," Ao Qian asked in bewilderment. Yi Yuan said coolly, "You all just follow me will do." How can a mere fog barrier block this young master? Done talking, a hint of brightness flooded Yi Yuan's eyes. That mist barrier instantly became open and clear. The sun-moon heavenly pupil could see through myriad things in the world. A mere fog barrier naturally could not stump Yi Yuan. The moment the sun-moon heavenly pupil opened, it came into plain view. Yi Yuan shuttled back and forth inside the fog barrier, akin to strolling idly in a courtyard. Suddenly, a terrifying fire spirit suddenly dashed out, pouncing straight at everyone. The party's expression changed drastically, feeling like their entire person was going to be melted. Yi Yuan yelled out coldly, "Fiery!" A figure whirled away, pouncing straight for that fire spirit. Under everyone's dumbfounded gaze, Fiery actually extended both hands, directly hugging the fire spirit in his arms. Then, a scene that made people even more astonished occurred. Fiery directly lowered his head, picked the fire spirit up, and started chomping down. This is a primordial spirit. Elder Ten said with an astonished look. Even if he was a primordial spirit, to be able to resist such a terrifying fire spirit, he was also a remarkable existence. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Fiery was incarnated from a cleansing sandal flame lotus and can devour myriad flames of the world. These fire spirits are a great tonic to Fiery. See cleansing sandal flame lotus?" Elder Tan could not refrain from swallowing hard. His eyes filled with a look of shock. A primordial spirit transformed by a cleansing sandal flame lotus. It was hard to come across even once in 100,000 years. He looked at Yi Yuan, endlessly shocked in his heart. Disappearing for 20 years, what the L did Ji Qingyun go through? This guy was simply ridiculously monstrous. Along the way, Fiery swallowed quite a number of fire spirits, but his aura became stronger and stronger, making everyone jumpy with fear. This guy even burped and said with a bashful look, "So full." Everyone broke down. After half a day, it suddenly became bright and clear before everyone's eyes. They finally arrived at a stretch of land. The place ahead was actually like a town, streams of people busily coming and going, flowing in an endless stream. To be able to set up a trade fair on this stretch of sea region, the strength of this place's master can't be underestimated. Ao Qian said, "Why, Your Excellency, you really entered this. How is this possible?" Suddenly, a strange cry sounded out. The voice was filled with shock. Who could it be if not Shark One? Not needing the Clear Eye token and being able to enter the Nine Phoenix Island, it has never happened before in these over 1,000 years. In Shark Two's voice was similarly filled with alarm. Making a big fuss over nothing. There are plenty of things that you haven't seen before. How can my lord be what small fish like you can gauge? Then have you seen before a 6th-level Tao, profound, capable of killing you? Jiang Taitsong said with a gloating look. Shark One was stunned and actually really pondered it seriously. Only after a while did he suddenly come to a realization. He said, "And what you said makes a lot of sense. His Excellency is indeed not an ordinary person." Shark One is impressed. The sea race similarly revered the strong. Yi Yuan's strength already completely convinced Shark One. Furthermore, after Yi Yuan defeated them, he did not make things difficult for them, and even did not SNATCH the Clear Eye tokens. The Shark One, who had simple thoughts, was truly grateful toward Yi Yuan. But the commotion over this side still startled quite a few people in the town. Each and every one of them surrounded over, like they discovered priceless treasures, sizing up Yi Yuan and the others. No way, right? They don't have Clear Eye tokens and are actually able to barge into the Nine Phoenix Island. Truly inconceivable. Yeah, Nine Phoenix Island has already operated for over 1,000 years. I've never heard before of anyone capable of directly forcing entrance inside. There's probably some precious treasure on these few people, right? Otherwise, the fire spirits on the island are sufficient to annihilate them. The moment precious treasure, 2 words were uttered, quite a number of people's gazes revealed a look of greed. To be able to enter the 9 Phoenix Island, most were not weak. Among them, there were no lack of some extremely confident void mystic powerhouses. A precious treasure capable of avoiding the fog barrier and fire spirits. How could they not be moved? Shark One's pair of fish eyes blinked, and he secretly chuckled to himself. These guys did not know how terrifying this lord in front of them was. Sure enough, Yi Yuan said coolly, "Old A.O." "Yes, my lord." A.O. Qian received the order and opened his mouth to give a crazed howl. Violent essence energy instantly spread throughout the entire island. Everyone's expression changed drastically, all becoming hesitant and fretful. It's a dragon cry. They are members of the dragon race. This dragon has such formidable strength. Better don't poke our noses into what isn't our business. There will naturally be the island masters they all to handle. We'd better go. These few people witnessing A.O. Qian's strength, how could they still have covetous eyes? All of them backed up and started to trade by themselves. Ha! A bunch of things who overestimate their own ability. To actually dare have wicked designs on His Excellency, said Shark One. He was trying to suck up and curry favor, ingratiating himself. Yi Yuan shot him a glance and discovered that this guy also did not seem to be as pure as imagined. It seemed like he was just a little simple-minded. Shark One, it's our first time coming to this 9 Phoenix Island. Bring us to tour around, Yi Yuan said. Shark One hurriedly said, "Okie dokie. To be able to bring your excellency to tour the 9 Phoenix Island is Shark One's honor. But we'd better hold off for a bit." Yi Yuan was stunned and said, "Why? Your excellency entered the 9 Phoenix Island without using the Clear Eye token. The few island masters definitely won't sit by idly and remain indifferent. If I didn't guess wrongly, they are already on their way." Shark One said. Sure enough, Shark One's voice had yet to fade when 3 figures slowly walked over. The middle-aged man walking in the middle came close, gave a salute to A.O. Qian, and said, "This dragon race brother, I wonder what business you have for coming to my 9 Phoenix Alliance." Chapter 1138. Hey Meng. Chapter 1138. Hey Meng, that roar of A.O. Qian's earlier had a stonies. Plussing power. These few people naturally detected it too. Otherwise, they absolutely would not be so polite. It was just that they mistakenly thought that A.O. Qian was the leader of this company. "My lord, what are we here for?" A.O. Qian had a blank look and asked Yi Yuan. "My lord." The person in the middle sized Yi Yuan up oddly, but no matter how he looked, Yi Yuan was also just an ordinary 6th level Dao Profound. Yi Yuan did not think anything of it either, and said coolly, "I'm Yi Yuan. These few are my followers. I heard that the 9 Phoenix Island has good stuff that the outside world doesn't. But we don't have Clear Eye tokens either, so we could only arbitrarily intrude inside. If there are inconvenient areas, please be magnanimous enough to forgive." At this time, Shark One scooted to Yi Yuan's side and said, "The one in the middle is the 2nd Island Master, He Meng. The one on the right is the 3rd Island Master, Duan Lingfeng. The one on the left is 4th Island Master, Hong Tao." He Meng naturally knew Shark One. When he saw Shark One's attitude toward Yi Yuan, he could not help being exceedingly shocked in his heart. Shark One was a regular customer of the trade fair. His character and strength, He Meng was still very clear about it. But this proud Shark One was actually so respectful towards Yi Yuan. Straight away, Hei Meng did not dare to look down on Yi Yuan anymore either, and said with cupped fists, "Ha, so that's how it is. Our Nine Phoenix Island is the most hospitable. Since younger brother, you wants to take a look, just tour around on the island then. Shark One, you're a regular customer of the Nine Phoenix Island. I'll have to trouble you to bring younger brother Yi around to sightsee more. But the rules on the island you're aware too. Places that you should not go. You must be sure not to go." Talking to the back, the gaze Hei Meng looked at Shark One with carried a warning intent. Of course, these words were actually said for Yi Yuan to hear. Even though Hei Meng did not offend Yi Yuan and his group, it seemed like Hei Meng did not fear them as well. The three island masters took their leave and left. Ao Qian said unhappily, "Those three fellows are so Oh, KY? Milord, talks so much P with them for what? Just directly capture and interrogate." Yi Yuan rolled his eyes at him and said, "Don't look down on those few people. That Hei Meng's strength might not be beneath yours. His original body is of the sea race's black shark. I didn't expect that the sea race actually still had such a powerhouse." Ao Qian's expression could not help turning somber, and he said, "No way, right? That guy was so powerful. Could it be that 20,000 years said, this world has changed?" Actually, Ao Qian's sense of defeat was still very strong during this period of time. He was that era's dragon race's strongest, but put in the present, a large group of people could come out and pummel him. This second island master that popped out from no idea, where his strength was actually not beneath his. This sort of contrast between expectations and reality seriously made him unable to accept it. But Yi Yuan's words, he was still very convinced of it. He absolutely would not ramble nonsense to demoralize him. I sense a faint power of divine Tao laws from him. Even if it's just a wee bit, it already SES ordinary void mystic powerhouses. Furthermore, behind them even have a mysterious and hard-to-fathom heaven-span island master. Hence, we'd best be more low-profile. Yi Yuan said coolly. Yi Yuan's heart realm reached the great circle of perfection. He was very sensitive towards the surrounding everything. The aura coming off of this Hei Meng body was indeed the aura of divine Tao laws. With this, Ao Qian had no more rage. "Milord, then what should we do now?" Ao Qian asked. "Take a look around first." Yi Yuan said. "Second brother, could it be that we're letting that brat go just like that? He could avoid the fog barrier and fire spirits. He definitely has precious treasures on him," said the first island master, Duan Lingfeng. "Yeah, second brother. The few of them. Only that dragon race fellow has some power. But second brother, you dealing with him should be enough. The remainder, third brother and I, are enough to them take down, since they intruded into the Nine Phoenix Island. Even if we kill them, and, the body would dare to take behind our backs too," said the fourth island master, Hong Tao. These three island masters were actually eyeing those imaginary precious treasure on Yi Yuan covetously, discussing about killing Yi Yuan's party. Hei Meng mused for a moment, shook his head, and said, "That young man is not simple." Duan Lingfeng said without a care, "Isn't he just a sixth-level Tao profound? What's not simple about it? Could it be that a sixth-level Tao profound can still overturn the heavens?" Hei Meng said, "Didn't you notice Shark One's attitude towards Yi Yuan? Shark One's strength is almost on par with you. But Shark One was very fearful of that young man. They entered one after another. In my view, Shark One definitely already exchanged blows with that group of people outside. So what if exchange blows? They have a peak void mystic powerhouses. Isn't it very normal to lose?" Hong Tao said disdainfully, if that were the case, what would I have to dread? Shark One is very simple-minded, but he isn't dumb. His attitude toward Yi Yuan is completely from the bottom of his heart. If that dragon subdued him, he absolutely would not be like so toward Yi Yuan. Therefore, he might very likely be that young man's vanquished foe. Heimeng a lies. Hiss. Duan Lingfeng and Hong Tao drew a cold breath at the same time, their eyes filled with shock. A sixth level Dao, profound, defeating a void mystic powerhouse. This isn't possible, right? Duan Lingfeng said in disbelief. Although I don't believe it either. Shark One's disposition absolutely can't hide from my eyes. This young man is absolutely not simple. Heimeng said. Duan Lingfeng and Hong Tao were both extremely shocked, but they both knew that not only was Heimeng's martial strength super strong, his mind was sharp. He absolutely would not see wrongly. It was just that this outcome made them both unable to accept. Second brother, could it be that we are dropping this matter just like that? Duan Lingfeng said unwillingly. Heimeng said with a smile, the spirit medicines that Big Brother requires, this time it can finally be gathered together, as long as he can break through. Even if this punk is any stronger, it's of no avail too. Hence, as long as this punk doesn't stir up trouble, have him wait first. In my view, they definitely have other objectives for coming onto the island. They won't leave in a short time too. Only after hearing these words did the two people's brows finally eased up. Ha! It's still second brother. You, who calculated every conceivable possibility. That Qiu Yuqiu, to actually be able to find the purple Lingji, that grade of spirit medicine. It's really heaven's blessing. Duan Lingfeng said with a big laugh. Even if it was Yi Yuan, he was also struck dumb with amazement by the dazzling array of treasures on the island. This Nine Phoenix Alliance was simply a paradise for martial artists. There were many spirit medicines here, and many treasures, all of which could not be seen in the outside world. He did not think that this place had everything under the sun. There were even many treasures that even Yi Yuan had not seen before. But the prerequisite was that you got to have things that satisfied the other party. This place is where one could only exchange a commodity for another. They did not accept essence crystals. Even if you were any richer, you could not buy the things you wanted to. TSK. This trade fair is really remarkable. Also, I don't know who this Heavenspan Island master is to actually be able to put up such a grand trade fair. Yi Yuan said with a vicissitude of emotions. Shark One said by the side, Yeah, Lord Yi Yuan, if not for the goods here being a dazzling array of beautiful exhibits, how can it possibly attract so many powerhouses over? Right now, among these people, there are quite a number who broke through their bottlenecks because of this trade fair. Sup 1/Sup. Chapter 1139. Pearl have tears. Chapter 1139. Pearl have tears in the outside world. Wanting to find these grades of spirit medicines and treasures was really not easy. But here, everyone had good stuff in their hands, each taking what they needed, swapping out what they did not want for what they needed. This was impressive. Shark One, did you bring any good stuff here this time around? Shark One had a proud look as he said, Of course. Our Merman clan's pearl have tears is the most welcome exchange goods in the trade fair. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard that and said, Vast sea, bright moon, pearl have tears. 1 drop of pearl have tears can match 100 years of bitter cultivation. What age of pearl have tears do you have? This pearl have tears was precisely one of the 9 major core medicines. Yi Yuan had always been searching for pearl have tears whereabouts. He did not think that it was actually in this Merman clan's hands. Seeing Yi Yuan's heated gaze, Shark One said, The best that I brought is only 500,000 year old. Furthermore, there's only 1 drop. Hearing this, Yi Yuan could not help revealing a disappointed expression and said, 1 million-year-old pearl have tears. You all should have it, right? I wonder what kind of thing your merman clan wants to exchange for. 500,000 year old. One of that age was already worth several cities and extremely rare. But 1 million-year-old pearl have tears. That was an extraordinary rare treasure. Even when placed in the merman clan, it was likely an extremely valuable existence too. Ordinary things were likely unable to move them. As expected, Shark One's expression changed, and he said, "This isn't what Shark One can make a decision about. 1 million-year-old pearl have tears. That's something that only the patriarch has the qualifications to make use of." Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Everything has a price. Although the pearl have tears is precious, your merman clan has got to be lacking something. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come to this trade fair either." Shark One revealed a ruminating look and opened his mouth to say, "Actually, I'm here this time on Patriarch's orders to exchange for several kinds of 500,000-year-old spirit medicines. It's just that, even if exchanged for it, it's very hard for our sea folks alchemists to refine out a complete medicinal pill too." The moment Yi Yuan heard, he smiled. Refining pills, this sort of thing, wasn't it precisely his forte? What kind of medicinal pill do you want to refine? Seeing Yi Yuan's interested look, Shark One said in surprise, "Your Excellency, you even know alchemy? What a joke! If my lord doesn't know alchemy, then body in this divine realm knows." The Jiang Tai Song by the side said mockingly. Shark One did not pay attention to Jiang Tai Song's ridicule, but he sized Yi Yuan up carefully once more. Clearly, he did not quite believe it. Yi Yuan's martial Dao talent was so high to be able to have such accomplishments at a young age. Even if he was any more prodigious, he needed to cultivate painstakingly too. How could such a genius martial artist possibly be an alchemist? "Your Excellency, this medicinal pill is to be refined for our young patriarch. But it's a demonic pill. Furthermore, it is a mystic-grade demonic pill." Shark One said carefully. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "About this you don't have to care. I'm only asking you if I have the spirit medicines and help you all refine the medicinal pill. Can it match one drop of 1 million-year-old pearl have tears or not? This, if your Excellency can really refine it, I believe that Patriarch should agree." Shark One thought it over for a while and said, Yi Yuan nodded and said, "All right, send someone back to the clan right now and ask instructions from your Patriarch. The matter of the medicinal pill, leave it to me." Shark One was stunned and said, "But you haven't asked what kind of medicinal pill it is yet." Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, "Whatever medicinal pill is all the same to me." Shark One staggered and almost stumbled to the ground. Seen before arrogant, but never saw before so arrogant. This kind of big talk, somebody actually dared to boast about it too. If not for that sort of Yi Yuan's previously stunning Shark One, he would definitely have gone for a bite right now. But the matter concerned young patriarch survival. Shark One did not dare to be careless and still sent someone back to request instructions from Patriarch. Shark One narrated the spirit medicines required once. Yi Yuan was rather surprised after hearing it and said, "So it's the Purple Void Vitality Spirit Pill. This demonic pill isn't easy to refine. Even for the demon race's peak alchemy emperors, those able to refine it are extremely, extremely few too. Looks like your young patriarch had his inner core shattered by someone, his demon essence collapsed and dissipated." One sentence made Shark One's fish eyes become wide saucers. "Why your Excellency actually know about the Purple Void Vitality Spirit Pill?" It was not up to Shark One to not be shocked. This Purple Void Vitality Spirit Pill was an ancient pill formula. In the entire sea race, there were also no more than a few tribes that had the pill formula. and the Merman clan was precisely one of them. However, having the pill formula was one thing. Whether or not they could refine was another matter. The sea race's resources were scarce to begin with. Alchemy skills were not developed in the first place. Wanting to refine, it was as hard as ascending to the heavens. Shark One's trip here to exchange for spirit medicines was also just harboring the mentality of making a last attempt to remedy a hopeless situation and returning to find the sea race's alchemists to give it a shot. He did not think that Yi Yuan actually hit the nail on the head. However, Yi Yuan's next sentence directly made him have a breakdown. Knowing is one thing, but this young master only saw it before in books and records. However, there was no specific pill formula. This young master also never refined it before. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "On that ancient record, there was only the introduction of this demon pill. But as for the specifics of how to refine, it did not go in detail. If it was in his previous life, Yi Yuan would really not dare to make this guarantee, saying that he was definitely able to refine it. But now, Yi Yuan's understanding toward the medicine D's soul canon grew deeper with each sing day. His alchemy Dao strength already could not be mentioned in the same breath as his previous life. Coupled with Yi Yuan's extremely solid medicinal theory standards, Yi Yuan had absolute confidence in being able to refine it. Seeing that bitter fish-faced of Shark One, Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Rest assured, this young master taking action is absolutely stronger than your sea race's alchemists. I think medicinal pills will be in very high demand at this trade fair. In a while, you just follow me will do." Only after Yi Yuan walked by him did Shark One notice that the others were looking at him with eyes like they were looking at an idiot. Jiang Taitsong walked by him, patted his fish head, and said with a sigh, "Blockhead, not just anybody can call on Milord to refine pills." Ao Chen also walked past him and scolded, "Simpleton, to actually doubt Milord's strength." Elderton gave him a glance and said sympathetically, "Young brother, your eyesight is too poor." Zhao Qian was much better than the rest. She said with a broad smile, "Relax, there are no medicinal pills that young master ye can't refine in this world." Shark One had a flabbergasted look, but he also realized that Lord Yi Yuan's alchemy standards seemed to really be very high until he was unable to imagine it. Circling one round, Yi Yuan stopped at a stall. A small section of tree roots aroused his attention. At the stall, two people were currently quarreling endlessly. "Old Xia, this is you in the wrong. We agreed the last time. Astral Heavenly Soul Pill in exchange for Coiling Dragon Spirit Root. Now, you're not exchanging. What's the meaning of this?" shouted a martial artist, the top of his voice. The stall owner, Old Xia, said expressionlessly, "The preciousness of the Coiling Dragon Spirit Root. I believe that you're aware of it too. I told you the last time. The lowest is middle grade, astral, heavenly soul pill. But what you brought is low grade. How do you want me to exchange it with you?" "Old Xia, the astral heavenly soul pill is a mystic grade medicinal pill. How can it be that easy to refine? Isn't it making things difficult for people to want middle grade?" said the martial artist with his face reddened to the ears. Chapter 1140. Return to the Furnace and Reforging. Chapter 1140. Return to the Furnace and Reforging. Old Xia gave that person a glance and said coldly, "Not exchanging means not exchanging. Could it be that you still want to force a transaction? Zhou Yun, don't you forget 9 Phoenix Islands rules." Mentioning the rules, Zhou Yun immediately shriveled up. The rules on this 9 Phoenix Island were not to force a transaction and not to kill a person and seize his goods. Upon discovering, immediately sentenced to death. Although the powerhouses here were many, there were completely none capable of reaching He Meng's level of strength. Peak void mystic was not what anybody was capable of achieving. Yi Yuan watched by the side for a long time. At this time, he spoke up to that old Xia, your coiling dragon spirit root, as long as it's a middle-grade, astral, heavenly soul pill, it will do. Old Xia looked at Yi Yuan and rolled his eyes. He said, as long as, could it be that you can take it out? If you can take it out. So what if giving it to you? The Zhou Yun by the side looked at Yi Yuan with a vigilant look. Clearly, he was really afraid of Yi Yuan taking out an astral, heavenly soul pill. Yi Yuan smiled, but paid old Xia no heed, and said to Zhou Yun, this older brother, what do you think about this? I'll return your astral, heavenly soul pill back to the furnace to reforge and refine it a bit. This coiling dragon spirit root, we each get half. The coiling dragon spirit root was greatly beneficial to body cultivators. Yi Yuan noticed that this Zhou Yun was precisely a body cultivator. His strength had already reached peak divine king. Actually, when body cultivators reached an extremely high realm, they were even more terrifying than essence energy martial artists. Their body's defense could be rated as perverse if carried on to cultivate an extremely formidable martial technique. It was virtually sweeping away those in the same rank. This coiling dragon spirit root was very important to Zhou Yun. Hence, after he saw it the last time, he practically wiped out all of his savings, inviting the Alchemist A.S. Association's Alchemy Emperor powerhouse to refine the astral heavenly soul pill. But regretfully, the other party only refined out a low-grade astral heavenly soul pill. This almost made him go crazy. It was too bad that although Zhou Yun's strength was not bad, he did not dare to offend the Alchemist A.S. Association's big shot. Moreover, inviting alchemists to refine pills was taking responsibility for the grade to begin with. Even if he found trouble with him, it was not reasonable either. Feeling helpless, he still came to the Nine Phoenix Island, wanting to find Old Xia to exchange for the coiling dragon spirit root. But Old Xia did not go for it at all. Hearing Yi Yuan's suggestion, Zhou Yun had an astounded look. Once the medicinal pill was refined, it was basically fixed and unchangeable already. There were those capable of purifying a medicinal pill to raise its grade. But those were all existences who had reached the acme of perfection in alchemy Tao. Could this young man before their eyes accomplish it? Furthermore, the refining difficulty of the astral heavenly soul pill was immensely high. The difficulty of purification was even more unimaginable. Wanting to raise the grade, this was virtually an impossible to complete task. Young man, don't joke around. I know you guys are very strong, but pill refinement can't be spoken irresponsibly. Purifying the astral heavenly soul pill, even the Alchemist A.S. Association's Lord Chuanqing Z probably can't accomplish it. You better forget it. Zhou Yang shook his head helplessly and said, even if it was a low-grade astral heavenly soul pill, taking it out to sell could sell for quite a bit of money too. If he let Yi Yuan ruin it, that was not getting any benefits at all. Old Xia observed coldly from the sidelines and did not speak, but the eyes he looked at Yi Yuan with was filled with scorn. Purifying a peak tier 9 medicinal pill, wasn't it talking nonsense? At this time, quite a few people were drawn over by the commotion over here, and all scoffed their contempt toward Yi Yuan. Although Ao Qian displayed extremely powerful strength, pill refinement was not something that could be accomplished in one stroke. The difficulty of purifying medicinal pills is several times greater than refining medicinal pills. This brat really dared to say it. This kind of irresponsible remarks. He really dared to boast. This brat is probably some reclusive superfaction's young master, learned a few days of alchemy, and really thinks himself to be extraordinary. Purifying a peak tier 9 medicinal pill, even Chairman Jing Feng Tian won't dare to make this boast either, right? You look at that expression of his. One would even think that purifying medicinal pills is stir-frying vegetables. Medicinal pills was a very sensitive matter in this trade fair. Among these people surrounding and watching, there was no lack of some varying ranks of alchemists. They all knew that purifying peak tier 9 medicinal pills was even harder than refining some mystic-grade medicinal pills. This kind of thing was not easy to brag. Yi Yuan's age was too young. How could such an age possibly do it? Toward these people's ridicule, Yi Yuan turned a deaf ear to it, but he said to Zhou Yun, "How about this? This medicinal pill of yours is already useless either way, so why not sell it to me? How's that? But after selling it to me, this coiling dragon spirit root, you won't have your share anymore." Zhou Yun's expression changed, and a look of struggle involuntarily surfaced on his face. He really did not know where Yi Yuan's confidence came from, but the expression on Yi Yuan's face was very calm, as if he had everything planned out. A low-grade spirit medicine. Even if it was a tier 9 spirit medicine, the price was definitely already far beyond the capital he put in. Finally, Zhou Yun gritted his teeth, seemingly making up his mind. Handing the medicinal pill to Yi Yuan, he said, "This old man is going all out today. Refine it. If it's ruined, just take it as this old man working in vain for these few decades." His decision gave everyone a huge shock. Following that was floodwaters like taunting. "Old Joe, this gamble of yours is a bit big. Even if it's a low-grade astral heavenly soul pill, it's at least worth 50 million high-grade heaven essence crystals too. If it's ruined, there won't be a single cent anymore. Yeah, this boy's hair isn't even fully grown. Whether or not he knows alchemy is a question. You really dare to gamble? Ha ha, old Joe, if you don't want this medicinal pill, why not directly gift it to me?" Zhou Yun glared and said to everyone, "This old man's medicinal pill, this old man is happy about it. What do you all care?" But Yi Yuan chuckled when he heard that. Receiving the medicinal pill from Zhou Yun's hands, he said, "A smart decision. Relax, I won't disappoint you." Boom! A thunderous loud bang. A 30,000 caddy medicinal cauldron appeared in front of everyone. Dragon Sovereign Cauldron. Following Yi Yuan's dragon blood grade becoming higher and higher, the Dragon Sovereign Cauldron's power also became greater and greater. This Dragon Sovereign Cauldron was an existence that was only lacking one step to be able to step into divine artifact back then. The power was immeasurable. When everyone recognized the power of this Dragon Sovereign Cauldron, they instantly could not laugh anymore. Yi Yuan did not say a word. In front of everybody, he deployed the cleansing Sandal Sacred Flame and started purifying the astral heavenly soul pill. Very soon, the mockery on those people's faces became astonishment. Yi Yuan's refining method was extremely profound. Even if they did not know alchemy, they actually became lost in wonder from watching too. Those people who knew alchemy were even more shocked to the core. Yi Yuan's alchemy Dao level was more than 100 times stronger than them. This was the style of a great master. Similarly, among alchemy emperors who were watching, they discovered to their dismay that they could not understand Yi Yuan's refinement at all. The disparity in between, this was too great. A master of his generation. This young man was absolutely an alchemy Dao master of his generation. At this moment, they were incomparably certain in their hearts. After roughly 2 hours, Yi Yuan collected the essence fire. Medicinal pill formed. When Zhou Yun saw the medicinal pill in Yi Yuan's hands, he was excited until his face turned red. Gambled correctly. Ha ha! This old man gambled correctly. Ha ha! Zhou Yun was unbelievably agitated as he raised his head to the skies and laughed hard. Chapter 1141. Clues. Chapter 1141. Clues high grade but smaller in size. Although the medicinal effect can't be compared to an actual high-grade pill, it should be more than adequate compared to middle grade. How is it? Yi Yuan Pa S said the high-grade astral heavenly soul pill that was a size smaller in front of old Xia, because during the first refinement, many components were already lost. Yi Yuan was also unable to make it appear out of thin air, but through Yi Yuan's return to the furnace and reforging, the purity of the medicinal pill was more than a grade high, and it already reached high grade. It was just that the medicinal effect was definitely quite a bit worse compared to a genuine high grade. Old Xia trembled all over. Only now did he awaken, looking toward Yi Yuan with a stunned look. Until now, he still did not quite dare to believe it. Oh, of course, old Xia said, rather slowly. Then this coiling dragon spirit root, this young master is taking it away. Yi Yuan casually threw the medicinal pill to old Xia, reaching his hand out and grabbing. He threw the coiling dragon spirit root into the air. He casually pointed. A streak of sword energy shot towards that coiling dragon spirit root, directly dividing it into two. Old Joe, this is yours. Yi Yuan threw half of the coiling dragon spirit root to Zhou Yun while he put away the other half. This coiling dragon spirit root was similarly very important to Yi Yuan. His fleshly body power was stuck at the bottleneck of middle stage, tier 9 to late stage. Following his fleshly body realm getting higher and higher, the remnant of the primeval dragon bone's power was already becoming lacking. This primeval dragon bone had, after all, experienced more than 1,000,000 years. The power had long waned a lot already, to be able to support Yi Yuan's cultivation all the way until now was already the limit. Right now, for Yi Yuan to want to have a breakthrough in fleshly body, there was only by relying on outside power. But this was not a major problem for Yi Yuan. He had quite a few pill formulas in his hand, all for body cultivators' usage. With this half-section coiling dragon spirit root, Yi Yuan was very confident in him breaking through to late-stage tier 9. Zhou Yun received the coiling dragon spirit root and was incomparably thrilled. This feeling of recovering what one previously lost was truly too wonderful. Although it was only half a section, if without this young man in front of him, not only would he not even get half a section, he would even suffer a major loss. Toward Yi Yuan, he only had Grat. 2 remaining. Master, this show had eyes but couldn't see previously, and Reb. Ted Master. Master, please don't take offense. Zhou Yun gave a deep bow to Yi Yuan and said. Yi Yuan said smilingly, N-A-T-C, head half of your coiling dragon spirit root. I should be hoping that you don't take offense. Really talking about it, Yi Yuan was considered to have gained something without risking anything of his own this time. Except without his refinement, none of the three of them could get any benefits. But now, it was a win-win-win situation. Zhou Yun hurriedly waved his hand and said, Master is too kind. Zhou Yun wouldn't dare. It's just that, talking to the back, Zhou Yun suddenly became bashful. How could Yi Yuan not see through his thoughts? He said with a smile, I can help you refine the Crimson Firmament Tyrannical Body Pill, but you'll have to prepare the spirit medicines yourself. Body refinement reaching late stage, tier 9, it was not that there was no way of advancing anymore. Corresponding to the void mystic of essence energy realm, body refinement likewise still had room for improvement, except wanting to reach the body refinement's great circle of refinement realm was as hard as ascending to the heavens. Hence, that was why Zhou Yun viewed this half-section of coiling dragon spirit root incomparably importantly. If not for fear of the island's rules, he even had the thought of T.C. Hing. But now, Zhou Yun was wildly elated when he heard Yi Yuan's words. with the Crimson Firmament Tyrannical Body pill, his fleshly body would be able to advance a step further. His strength would absolutely be able to rival initial stage void mystic powerhouses. This to him was undoubtedly ascending to the heavens in one bound. For body cultivators, the hardest step to take was this step. That is, of course. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Zhou Yun was overjoyed and directly knelt down towards Yi Yuan with a thud. After this bout, everyone's gazes when looking at Yi Yuan became different. This young man was simply a freak. It was fine that his martial Tao cultivated to the 6th level Tao profound at a young age. His strength in alchemy was actually so terrifying. Master, I have a 200,000 years old cloud mist Qingluo. Do you want to come over and take a look? Master, I have an extreme desire mystic dew. Come and take a look. Master, I have a heavenly evil true fruit. Do you require it or not? All of a sudden, Yi Yuan became a high-in-demand figure in this trade fair. Each time he came before a stall, he would be welcomed by people with smiles. The people in this trade fair, many would look at the treasures first, then exit the 9 Phoenix Island, and would then invite some alchemists to refine medicinal pills before carrying out the transaction. Now, Yi Yuan's appearance utterly smashed the status quo. He became a scalding hot figure on the island all at once. In a pavilion on the island, Duan Lingfeng's face was very grim. I truly didn't think that not only is this brat's martial Tao strength shocking, but he also has such terrifying strength in alchemy too. Duan Lingfeng said. He Meng was clearly very surprised too, but he smiled and said, Old Third, we have ACC. You mulat staggering wealth in this 1,000 years. Could it be that you still take fancy on this bit of share? As long as Big Brother breaks through, what is there we want that can't be obtained? However, I also did not think that this brat's alchemy Tao strength was actually so terrifying. Second brother, now, I also feel that this brat is rather peculiar. Why not? We'd better kill him off. Duan Lingfeng said. He Meng said in a solemn voice, Wait a while more and see. As long as he doesn't stir up trouble, ignore him for the time being. Our objective is still the purple Lingji. When Big Brother moves out in time, disposing of them while he's at it isn't too late either. Duan Lingfeng heaved a sigh and said, All right then. Yi Yuan strolled for a long time, but he did not encounter things that moved him anymore. Of course, his primary objective was not to exchange goods with others, but to search for traces of Zhao Xingqing. This trade fair had 1,000 people. Moreover, there were all sorts of races. The matter had Pa S. said for over 20 years too. Wanting to find clues was exceedingly difficult. In one day, Yi Yuan only merely sauntered half a street. This 9 Phoenix Island prepared residences for all of the guests. Although Yi Yuan's party came unexpectedly, there were still rooms available. In the evening, Zhou Yun dropped in, and he actually brought over the spirit medicines for refining the Crimson Firmament Tyrannical Body pill. It seemed like this guy already prepared a long time ago for this. Yi Yuan did not refuse either, directly accepting the spirit medicines and agreeing to refine for him. But the medicinal pill that Yi Yuan himself wanted to refine was a grade lower than the Crimson Firmament Tyrannical Body pill, called Refined Steel Bone Tempering Pill. But this medicinal pill similarly required the Coiling Dragon Spirit Root. As for the other spirit medicines, Yi Yuan was not lacking of them. The second day, Yi Yuan did not show up in everyone's line of sight. This involuntarily made those stall owners somewhat disappointed. However, Ao Qian brought Zhao Qian along and continued searching for clues on the island. The third day morning, Yi Yuan walked out of his room and saw Zhao Qian currently pacing around in front of his door, appearing very anxious. The moment she saw Yi Yuan come out, she immediately came forward. Looking at your appearance, is it possible that there's some discovery? Yi Yuan asked curiously. Zhao Qian nodded and said, Young Master Yi, I discovered that a person actually has my father's treasure on him. Perhaps he's the person who exchanged the silver moon, heavenly tea, with my father. Chapter 1142. You just say yes or no. Chapter 1142. You just say yes or no. The person Zhao Qian was talking about was called Qiu Yuqiu. In this trade fair, he was a figure who was all the buzz too. This is because virtually every time he came over, he would bring some things that made people felt greatly moved. It was just that his things were too good. There were not many people capable of exchanging for them. This person's strength was very formidable too. Yi Yuan reckoned that he was at the very least not weaker than Zhao Lingdong. For an itinerant cultivator to be able to cultivate this kind of boundary, it was still very rare. This brother, can you let you take a look at that copper coin on you? Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said, On that Qiu Yuqiu's body hung a copper coin. Don't look at how this copper coin was Una S summing. It was a transcendent grade, holy artifact, capable of killing people imperceptibly. Yi Yuan had seen before this copper coin, so he recognized it at a glance. But Qiu Yuqiu did not even lift his eyelids. He did not make a sound, taking no notice as he basked in the sun, a look of pride. Ever since after that day, when Yi Yuan purified the medicinal pill, this was still the first person who had such an attitude towards him. Ao Qian was just about to fly off the handle when he saw the situation, but was stopped by Yi Yuan. He smiled and pointed at the purple-colored Ganoderma on the booth and asked, This purple Lingji of yours, how to exchange with it? At this time, Qiu Yuqiu finally lifted his eyelids and stretched lazily as he said, High-grade 100-flower, heavenly fate pill. Provide the spirit medicines and pill formula on your own. If there isn't, go to one side and play. When the Ao Qian by the side heard these words, his temper flared up at once. You're courting death. Just a lousy Ganoderma to actually dare boast so shamelessly. Ao Qian roared. Ao Qian's roar immediately drew everyone's attention. Yi Yuan's company became everyone's focal point once again. Master Yi actually provoked Qiu Yuqiu. I say, will they come to blows or not? Qiu Yuqiu is famous for being a stone in the latrine, stinky and hard. This guy relied on the fact that he's able to find some natural treasures, and has always been arrogant without limit. I didn't think that he also dare to be so arrogant toward Master Yi. Everyone talked at once. Clearly, this Qiu Yuqiu was famed for being condescending. However, Yi Yuan understood from Shark 1 there that this Qiu Yuqiu really had some capability. The things he found were virtually the best in this place, and that silver moon heavenly tea was precisely obtained from Qiu Yuqiu's hands 20 years ago. Qiu Yuqiu gave a cold laugh and said, The lousy Ganoderma, it is this price. Either exchange or don't. Yi Yuan gestured at Ao Qian, stopping his outburst, and said coolly, Transcendent grade 100-flower, heavenly fate pill. I want the purple Lingji, the copper coin on you, plus some intel. Qiu Yuqiu choked up and finally sat upright, sizing Yi Yuan up seriously. This is for real. Yi Yuan smiled and said, You just say yes or no. Qiu Yuqiu said somberly, If you're really able to refine a transcendent grade 100-flower, heavenly fate pill, of course it is yes. But if you wreck it, don't blame me for taking action against you. Yi Yuan said coolly, Before the medicinal pill is refined, it has nothing to do with you. 100-flower heavenly fate pill, as its name suggested, was refined with over 100 types of spirit flowers, with the power to artfully seize fate. to a powerhouse like Chiu Yuqiu, the most important was naturally comprehension toward heavenly Tao. If Yi Yuan really refined a transcendent grade 100-flower, heavenly fate pill, it was sufficient to let his divine king domain expand as much as 200 feet. Don't look down on this 200 feet. This increase and its impact on his strength were not just a tiny bit. This radius of 200 feet, if he comprehended himself, it would likely need several hundred years. Yi Yuan helped him to save several hundred years of time, all at once. How could he not be moved? While a high-grade 100-flower heavenly fate pill, at the very most, could only help him to expand a distance of 50 feet. The difference in this, Chiu Yuqiu was all too clear. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said to everybody in the surroundings, I need a 500,000 years old mystic citrus flower, a 200,000 years old. Yi Yuan reported over 30 types of flower names in one go, causing those stall owners to all check their inventories to see if there were the corresponding flowers or not. These over 100 types of spirit flowers, Yi Yuan had over 60 types on him. Apart from several types of 500,000-year-old core medicines being harder to come across, the rest was not too big of an issue. This trade fair had 1,000 powerhouses. Gathering these 100 types of spirit flowers was not difficult either. For Yi Yuan to want to obtain these spirit flowers, it naturally meant helping them refine pills. Over 30 types of spirit flowers. These required over 30 types of medicinal pills. Furthermore, these medicinal pills were all Tier 9 medicinal pills. If it were other people, they would be exhausted to death. Yi Yuan directly planted the Dragon Sovereign Cauldron over there and started refining in full swing. Some ordinary Tier 9 medicinal pills were too easy to the current Yi Yuan. As long as he did not pursue quality, he could practically finish in an hour. Of course, even so, the lousiest that came out were high-grade medicinal pills too. Those people were dumbstruck with amazement by Yi Yuan's pill refining efficiency and the quality of the produced pills. They had never seen before which alchemist could refine pills like this. After a day and night, all of the medicinal pills were finished refining. Everyone was dumbfounded. Just where did a freak like Master Yi come from? This alchemy skill is too heaven-defying. Yeah, Alchemist A.S. Association's chairman, Jing Fengtian, is also inferior than him, right? Ha ha. Mine is a transcendent grade medicinal pill. Profit, big profit. Those stall owners without spirit flowers could only blankly watch others return fully loaded, with a look of envy, such high-intensity refinement, and he could actually still refine such a high-quality pill. This alchemy skill was simply heaven-defying. Even the Chiu Yuqiu, whose eyes were at the top of his head, was also staring dumbfounded with his mouth gaping at this time too, disregarding other things, just the 100 types of spirit flowers that this 100-flower heavenly fate pill required was tremendously hard to gather. He himself searched for over 10 years and also merely gathered 30 to 40 types. But Yi Yuan only used a day's time and gathered over 30 types of spirit flowers. If he was able to gather the spirit medicine himself, he also would not utter making Yi Yuan provide the spirit medicines himself this sort of words. This really made people at a loss for words. You only wanted over 30 types of spirit flowers. Could it be? Chiu Yuqiu went forward and asked rather hesitatingly. Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, That's right. The other spirit flowers. I have them all. Hiss, everyone drew a cold breath. This sort of words simply made people hard to believe it. Over 100 types of spirit medicines. Disregarding that each kind was extremely rare, there at least had to be some that were not easy to find, right? Yi Yuan wanted over 30 types. Did that not mean that the remaining 60-plus types, he had them all? If it were before, they would definitely turn their noses up at Yi Yuan's words. But now, It was not up to them to not believe. This Yi Yuan simply subverted their understanding. I'll rest for a day. Tomorrow morning, I'll help you refine the 100-flower heavenly fate pill. Finished talking, Yi Yuan strutted off, leaving behind everyone staring in bewilderment. Continuously refining for a day and night, Yi Yuan's expenditure was tremendous too. Refining mystic-grade medicinal pills were completely different from refining Tier 9 medicinal pills. Yi Yuan naturally had to adjust his condition well. Looking at Yi Yuan's back view, Qiu Yuqiu's gaze shone. This Yi Yuan's performance made him have a bit more confidence out of the blue. Perhaps he could really refine a transcendent grade, 100-flower, heavenly fate pill. Chapter 1143, 9 Phoenix Islands Problem. Chapter 1143, 9 Phoenix Islands Problem. On the 9 Phoenix Island, a vast majority of the stall owners stopped their businesses and came to watch Yi Yuan refine pills. A 6th-level, Dao, profound, refining mystic-grade medicinal pills. This was absolutely a major news. Master Yi is really incredible, simply reaching the acme of pill refining heights. But can this mystic-grade medicinal pill be refined while skipping ranks? I really never heard of this before. If it were before, I definitely think that Master Yi was bragging. But now, I'm looking very forward to it. TSK. If Master Yi is really able to refine a mystic-grade medicinal pill, doesn't that mean that the divine realm gained another peak alchemy emperor? Isn't that so? Qiu Yuqiu, that old thing, likes to posture day in and day out. This time, he's finally going to get his face slapped, right? Qiu Yuqiu's relation with people was clearly not very good, resulting in many people all wanting to see the sight of him being face-slapped by Yi Yuan, utterly subduing him. The moment the Dragon Sovereign Cauldron activated, the skies turned dark. 9 stars formation diagram blotted out the sky and obscured the sun, akin to Mount Tai bearing down. Immediately, cries of exclamations sounded out all around. 9 stars Imperial Heaven Art. This is the 9 stars Imperial Heaven Art. Master Yi actually already grasped the 9 stars Imperial Heaven Art at a young age. No wonder he dared to talk so big. Never ate before pork, but there were still quite a few people who had seen pigs run before. The moment the 9 stars formation diagram opened up, somebody immediately cried out in shock. People who were able to activate the 9 stars formation diagram and use the 9 stars Imperial Heaven Art could absolutely be counted on one's fingers in the divine realm. How could this Master Yi's alchemy, Dao, strength still allow them to call into question? Along with the 9 dim stars in the sky being lit up one by one, everyone's hearts leaped to their throats. Yi Yuan's refinement was very casual, not as taxing as everyone imagined. After 2 days, the medicinal pill was done. Without any surprises, transcendent grade. Even in his previous life, Yi Yuan could already refine mystic-grade medicinal pills with the greatest of ease. Now, his divine soul was gradually converted into a golden divine soul. His soul force was G. Oh, D knows how much stronger than his previous life. Controlling it did not expend much effort. How is it? Can we exchange now? Yi Yuan took out the medicinal pills and came before Qiu Yuqiu, looking at him with a smile that was not a smile. Qiu Yuqiu's entire person was still in a state of shock. Being told by Yi Yuan like this, only then did he come back to his senses. He carefully received the medicinal pills in Yi Yuan's hands and put it away solemnly before Pa S. Sing the purple Lingji to Yi Yuan. Although the purple Lingji was good, Yi Yuan did not care at all. What he minded even more was the copper coin and information. Qiu Yuqiu's brain was constantly in the midst of short-circuiting these 2 days. Only when he saw Yi Yuan still staring at him did he quickly awaken, taking off the copper coin at his waist, and Pa S. Sing it to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan received the copper coin and casually said it to Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian received the copper coin tremblingly and nodded her head to Yi Yuan, extremely agitated. Yi Yuan understood and said to Qiu Yuqiu, "This older brother, can we walk and talk?" Qiu Yuqiu was long utterly cowed into submission by Yi Yuan already. How could he not agree at this time? At once, he nodded his head and followed Yi Yuan along. Upon entering Yi Yuan's residence, Qiu Yuqiu's heart suddenly thumped. A terrifying killing intent instantly enveloped his entire body. He knew that he had fallen into a certain kill grand array. Yi Yuan set up a miniature 9-9 illusionary spirit heaven slaughter formation around this house. Once Qiu Yuqiu entered inside, Yi Yuan immediately activated the array formation. For Qiu Yuqiu to dare to come in, one reason was that he was bold, stemming from his superb skills. The other was that there were several island masters holding down the fort. However, he did not think that Yi Yuan actually laid down a certain kill grand array here. His expression darkened, and the joyous mood of obtaining the medicinal pill instantly disappeared in a flash. "What's the meaning of this?" Qiu Yuqiu said, solemnly. Yi Yuan's expression also darkened, and he said coldly, "I'm only asking you a few questions. If I'm not very satisfied, then I'm sorry." Talking to the back, Yi Yuan seethed with killing intent. Only then did Qiu Yuqiu discover that this seemingly only 6th level Dao profound young man was not as simple as he looked on the surface. No, wait, he was never simple before at all. Merely asking a few questions. Is there a need to pull out such a great lineup? Just directly ask, and wouldn't it do? Said Qiu Yuqiu, pretending to be calm. But Yi Yuan's killing intent did not diminish in the slightest as he said coldly, "Around 20 years ago, was there a mysterious martial artist who bought Silver Moon heavenly tea off from your hands?" Actually, Qiu Yuqiu already had some guesses in his heart long ago and knew that Yi Yuan was aiming for that copper coin's owner. He nodded his head at once and said there was indeed such a matter. Then, after he exchanged for the Silver Moon heavenly tea from your hands, where did he go? Yi Yuan asked somberly. Ever since seeing that copper coin, Yi Yuan suspected whether or not Qiu Yuqiu's sneak attacked Zhao Xingqing afterward, keeping the Silver Moon heavenly tea for himself again. Who knew that Qiu Yuqiu just said coolly that person was secretive and mysterious. He wasn't willing to reveal his ident. Either. After we finished transacting, he left the 9 Phoenix Island. How would I know where he went to? Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, and he asked, "You're sure that he left?" Qiu Yuqiu said with an unhappy look, "That person was secretive and mysterious, but his opening move was bold and forthright. The things that he exhibited at the market were much more valuable than the Silver Moon heavenly tea. Plus that copper coin, I earn more for sure, and not lose anything. If you don't believe me, let's just fight. What's with so much C.R.A.P.?" This Qiu Yuqiu's personality was very unsociable and eccentric. Many people on the island did not like him. If not for his strength being powerful and he had the capability of searching for treasures, he would have long been squeezed away from people. When Yi Yuan heard that, his expression eased up, and he suddenly said, "Then do you know whether the people on this island frequently go missing or not?" Actually, Yi Yuan's suspicion toward Qiu Yuqiu was not very big. His solitary personality was disdainful to do this sort of thing. Rather, these few island masters, Yi Yuan harbored suspicions in his heart. Such a trade fair seemed very fair. It was just providing a trading venue for everyone. But thinking deeper, wasn't this kind of place precisely a venue provided for themselves to screen treasures? That He Meng's strength was so formidable. If he had any devious thoughts, it was too easy. Except It seemed like although there were quite a few newcomers who joined this place, those old faces were still here. Everyone had long lowered their guards against these few island masters already. In fact, they might even be grateful toward these island masters instead. After all, people who obtained the treasures they wanted from here, and thereby broke through, were many. I know what you mean. That's right, people come and go on this island. Each time, there are different people coming and different people leaving. But talking up to here, Chiu Yuchio deliberately paused for a bit, looking at Yi Yuan with a smile that was not a smile, seemingly waiting for him to carry on talking. Yi Yuan frowned and said, "But each time the change is insignificant. Hence, other people didn't detect it at all. After all, being delayed by matters in the outside world or being unwilling to come are all a possibility." Chiu Yuchio smiled lightly and said, "Smart. Those fools who think themselves infallible and even thought that those few island masters are some good people. They also didn't think much about it. How is there a meat pie falling from the sky? Such a good thing?" Chiu Yuchio said these words. He had actually become aware of this island's problem long ago. Chapter 1144, Night Interrogation. Chapter 1144, Night Interrogations was H. Plus it was nighttime. A light noise suddenly came from outside the window, but Hong Tao, who was currently cultivating, furrowed his brows and dashed out. A black silhouette was currently speeding in the direction of the back mountain. Why does that profile look like Yi Yuan, that brat? Not good. That brat wants to infiltrate the back mountain. Hong Tao did not even think about it and sped over towards that figure. In a blink of an eye, the two people traveled several dozen miles. That figure's speed in front clearly could not compare to Hong Tao. It looked like Hong Tao was going to catch up to that black silhouette. A hint of a disdainful smile flashed past the corners of his mouth, and he yelled, "Halt!" That figure ahead stopped and could not help turning around. Hong Tao focused his eyes and looked. Who could it be if not Yi Yuan? But right at this time, Hong Tao suddenly discovered to his surprise that Yi Yuan's eyes were currently looking at him. Buzz. Hong Tao only felt his head go dizzy, then he did not know anything anymore. Two dark figures dashed out from inside the forest, right beside, and arrived beside Yi Yuan. It was precisely Ao Qian and Chiu Yechio. Seeing Hong Tao's transfixed appearance, Chiu Yechio could not help darting Yi Yuan a fearful glance and marveled. Young brother Ye's methods truly emerge in never-ending streams. This Hong Tao is, at any rate, a void mystic powerhouse too. He actually did not have the least bit of strength to retaliate under your divine soul attack. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Trifling tricks. Made a fool of myself." The corners of Chiu Yechio twitched a bit, but did not say anything else. This kind of means was not what trifling tricks, these two words, could accomplish. H. Plus just earlier, Yi Yuan used a divine soul attack and the sun-moon heavenly pupil at the same time, instantly subduing Hong Tao. Dealing with Hong Tao was Chiu Yechio's suggestion. He said that this Hong Tao was the most foolhardy among the three island masters. His strength was the weakest too. If he wanted to inquire about something, dealing with him was the easiest. But Chiu Yechio never would have dreamed that Yi Yuan subdued Hong Tao so effortlessly. He was currently making a comparison whether or not he could retreat completely unscathed if he was suddenly ambushed by Yi Yuan like this. The answer was completely no confidence. Yi Yuan came in front of Hong Tao and opened his mouth and said, "I'll ask you, over 20 years ago, there was a mysterious person who exchanged for the silver moon heavenly tea on the 9 Phoenix Island. Do you know where he went to or not?" With Yi Yuan's present soul force, unleash H.I. plus ing a divine soul attack when caught completely unawares, Hong Tao's divine soul immediately suffered serious injuries. Then, coupled with the sun, moon, heavenly eyes illusionary art, controlling Hong Tao was easily accomplished. Of course, this was also because Hong Tao did not take He Meng's words to heart at all, and underestimated Yi Yuan too much. If it were Duan Lingfeng, it definitely would not be like so. Hong Tao was already thoroughly controlled by Yi Yuan and answered woodenly, "Kano." He exchanged for the Silver Moon Heavenly Tea, and then he wanted to immediately return to Tranquil Sun City, and he was killed by me on the way, and ATC, Hing the Silver Moon Heavenly Tea. Hearing these words, Yi Yuan's heart twitched violently. A kind of emotion called sorrow instantly filled his chest, although he had long known that Zhao Xingqing should be fraught with grim possibilities. In the depths of his heart, he still hung on to a trace of hope. Perhaps Zhao Xingqing was only locked up. Maybe. However, there was no more maybe. When Hong Tao, this murderer, personally said it, even though Yi Yuan was mentally prepared long ago, his heart still ached inexplicably. "And my deepest sympathies, my lord." Ao Qian consoled. Ever since he followed Yi Yuan, it was still his first time seeing Yi Yuan so mournful. Currently, Yi Yuan was trembling all over. Clearly, he was enraged to the extreme. The chest full of sorrow already turned a chest full of hatred at this time. He wished to ground this Hong Tao to dust. Only after a while did Yi Yuan calm down a little. He asked with a grim look, "What did you guys and ITCH the Silver Moon Heavenly Tea for?" The Hong Tao, who fell for the illusionary art, was completely oblivious towards Yi Yuan's fury. He still answered Yi Yuan's question woodenly. Big Brother unexpectedly obtained an ancient pill formula, are requiring many 1 million-year-old spirit medicines. Therefore, Big Brother thought of this plan to set up a trade fair on the 9 Phoenix Island, drawing everybody over to trade. This way, we'll be able to accrue those spirit medicines. The current Yi Yuan was already beside himself with anger. These few fellows were simply unscrupulous and perverse to actually use this sort of method to collect spirit medicines. They did not delay their cultivation. Either way, there were others going to find spirit medicines on their behalf. When they finished exchanging and went out, these few guys would rely on their strength being powerful and secretly kill these dealers. I'll ask you again, just how many people have you guys killed in this 1,000 years? Yi Yuan practically squeezed these few words from the gaps of his teeth. He didn't count before. G got 1,000 people, I guess. Hong Tao was oblivious and spilled everything out. Ao Qian and Qiu Yeqiu exchanged a glance, both seeing the shock in the other party's eyes. Unknowingly, over this 1,000 years, 1,000 people had actually already died imperceptibly. Qiu Yeqiu had also parted. 1P aided in this trade fair for 100 years already. Even he also did not detect that so many people would actually have died at this trade fair. Looks like these few island masters had hauled D knows how much benefits in secret. To think that the itinerant cultivators on this island all still felt boundless grat. 2 towards them. Then, the trade fair this time. Do you guys have a target? Yi Yuan asked again. Have. Purple Lingji. Hong Tao's words made Qiu Yeqiu's expression change. If he did not exchange this purple Lingji out at the transaction this time, then wouldn't their target be him? Thinking up to here, Qiu Yeqiu involuntarily broke into a cold sweat. Under Yi Yuan's random stumbling about, it actually saved his life? At this time, Qiu Yeqiu's gaze when looking at Yi Yuan became somewhat different. He had always come and went freely his entire life and had never felt grat. 2 towards anyone before. But this time, it was not up to him to not be grateful. If not for Yi Yuan, his several thousand years of cultivation would probably be ruined in one day. All right, I'll ask you one last question. Your big brother, Heavenspan Island Master, who on earth is he? Yi Yuan asked. Hong Tao opened his mouth and was just about to speak when a terrifying aura surged to the skies. Who is it to actually dare be rampant on my 9-Phoenix Island? This voice was precisely He Meng. It seemed like that monstrous fury of Yi Yuan's previously had alerted He Meng. However, it already did not matter. This battle was unavoidable. Swiss. H. Plus a neat and tidy slash. Hong Tao's head separated from his body. It was also considered to have taken revenge for Zhao Xingchen, this old friend of his. However, even though he killed Hong Tao, the fury in Yi Yuan's heart did not diminish the least bit. This Hong Tao was merely a machine to kill. The true culprit was still the Heavenspan Island Master. He was going to take a look today at just what kind of person this Heavenspan Island Master was. Fourth brother. A fearsome roar transmitted over. He Meng just happened to see the scene of Hong Tao's head separating from his body. Yi Yuan, our 9-Phoenix Island have no grudge nor enmity with you. You actually dared to kill my fourth brother. You're seeking death here. He Meng howled. Yi Yuan looked at He Meng with a smile that was not a smile and said, "No grudge and no enmity, is it?" Chapter 1145, Heavenspan Island Master. Chapter 1145, Heavenspan Island Master. Yi Yuan, I'm going to kill you. He Meng opened his divine king domain fully. A streak of terrifying water swords stabbed straight. For Yi Yuan, it was that. How could Ao Qian given the opportunity? Dragon prancing the 4 seas caught this streak of water sword, class H. I, plussing together with He Meng. At this time, Duan Lingfeng rushed over too. Brat, you dared to kill my fourth brother. I'll exterminate you. Duan Lingfeng said with a furious roar, but Yi Yuan was disinclined to even glance at him, saying to Qiu Yeqiu, "This guy will be left to you. There shouldn't be a problem, right?" Qiu Yeqiu froze and said with a nod, "No problem. This place, apart from the Heavenspan Island Master, and He Meng, there isn't a person who can make me dread yet." Yi Yuan said with a nod, "That's good then." Done talking, Yi Yuan immediately lifted his feet and headed over toward the back mountain. Duan Lingfeng was stopped by Qiu Yeqiu, but seeing this scene, the corners of his mouth revealed a look of ridicule, and he said, "Punk, you really take our 9-Phoenix Island to be easy to need?" Swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus 5 silhouettes suddenly appeared, directly enclosing Yi Yuan in tightly. These 5 people were actually all void Mystic Realm powerhouses. Yi Yuan had seen before these 5 people. They were all people at the trade fair. Very clearly, these were the chess pieces they concealed among those people. Seeing this scene, Qiu Yeqiu's expression changed drastically, but Ao Qian did not even turn his head around. Seeing that composed appearance of Ao Qian's, He Meng's heart involuntarily thumped, thinking to himself that it was not good. Kill. 5 great void mystic powerhouses instantly opened up their divine king domains and charged over towards Yi Yuan. However, 5 rays of terrifying sword light flashed and faded. The 5 people's voices abruptly cut off. Duan Lingfeng, who was in the heat of fierce battle, almost got hit by Qiu Yeqiu's move. He was struck dumb with amazement by this scene. Instant kill. A 6th level Dao Profound actually instant killed 5 void mystic powerhouses. Although these 5 people's strength was only at the beginnings of void mystic was void mystic. They were not what Dao Profound realm martial artists were capable of dealing with. Actually, The shock in Chiu Yechio's heart was not much lesser compared to Duan Lingfeng in the slightest. If not for being overly shocked, that blow earlier would have already succeeded. He truly did not think that Yi Yuan's martial Dao strength was actually so formidable. Also, that sword just now, divine artifact. It was absolutely a divine artifact. Apart from Ao Qian, monstrous waves that dashed to the skies were stirred up in everyone's hearts. These people had more or less heard about the divine, realms matters when walking about outside. The news of Ji Qinyan seizing possession and reviving, possessing a divine artifact, and charging back to the divine realm, they had heard to some extent. Then the ident. One tie of this young man before their eyes was almost certain. Chiu Yuqiu was incredibly shocked. Only now did he know why Yi Yuan's alchemy skills were so heaven-defying. Yi Yuan killed 5 people, his figure speeding rapidly, heading towards the back mountain. Along the way, Yi Yuan Pa S said through many powerful restrictions. But these restrictions were as easy as blowing off dust to him. Before long, Yi Yuan arrived at a cave. A figure walked out from inside the cave with slow steps. But a hideous mask was worn on his face. This person was definitely that legendary Heavenspan Island master. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. This person gave him a very dangerous feeling. Very clearly, he was even more powerful than Heimeng. Yi Yuan was bold, stemming from superb skills, relying on the fact that he had the art of greater teleportation. He directly barged inside. When the person who just arrived saw Yi Yuan, he actually unwittingly heaved a sigh and said, "Why is there a need? You take the open road, and I'll walk my single log bridge. You and I stay in our own lanes and mind our own business, but you insist on provoking me." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed even tighter, and he opened his mouth to say, "You know me?" Hearing the meaning in the other party's words, it seemed like he was quite familiar with him, involuntarily giving Yi Yuan a shock. "Hoo-hoo, so what if no? So what if don't know? Leave behind the purple Lingji and immediately leave the 9 Phoenix Island. I can give you a way out," the mysterious person said. But Yi Yuan smiled coldly when he heard that and said, "Ha, then do you feel that I'll do as you say, or not?" "Don't do it, and you'll die," the Heavenspan Island master said indifferently, his words revealing thick confidence. Of course, he had this strength to be confident too. But Yi Yuan's expression turned cold, and he said, "You planned this trade fair, making so many martial artists ended up as tools to collect treasures for you. Originally, this has nothing to do with me. But you never should have killed Zhao Xingchen." What made Yi Yuan surprised was that the Heavenspan Island master fell silent for a moment, and suddenly said, "According to what I know, your relations, I plus P with Zhao Xingchen doesn't seem to have reached this extent, right?" The other party's words made Yi Yuan even more certain that this person was definitely someone that he knew. Furthermore, even though this person hid in close seclusion in this back mountain, he knew about the outside world's matters like the palm of his hand. The other party clearly knew his ident. One, Tai is Ji Qingyun. Yi Yuan snorted coldly and said, "That's my business. Since you instigated Hong Tao to kill Zhao Xingchen, pay it with your life then. Otherwise, how can I answer to his spirit in heaven?" The Heavenspan Island master let out a sigh and said, "This 9 Phoenix Islands trade fair. The reason why I only roped in some itinerant cultivators was in order to not startle the various major factions. That Zhao Xingchen deliberately concealed his ident. One Tai, I only knew his ident. One Tai when I killed him and obtained the things inside his storage ring too. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have made a move either." Hearing the meaning in his words, it actually had some toot of remorse. "Enough nonsense, and show your true abilities. Your crimes are inexpiable. It's also time to pay your debts. Yi Yuan gave a cold snort. The evil extermination sword came out of its sheath. But when the Heavenspan Island master saw it, he praised, the ancient evil extermination sword. Indeed, it lives up to its reputation. Looks like you've already obtained the divine sword's recognition. The Heavenspan Island master's words made Yi Yuan's expression change. This person seemed to know many secrets that other people were unaware of. This made Yi Yuan dread towards him rise another level. This Heavenspan Island master was not easy to deal with. Right then, the Heavenspan Island master slowly took out a long sword. This sword was thin and elegant, forming an extremely distinct contrast with the evil extermination divine sword's boldness and unrestrainedness. When Yi Yuan saw the sword in the Heavenspan Island master's hand, his pupils involuntarily constricted. Divine artifact! The sword in the Heavenspan Island master's hand was similarly a divine sword. Clank! The long sword in the Heavenspan Island master's hand actually emitted a light ringing sound. It seemed like it was actually B-R-I-M-I-N-G with fighting intent. N. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. He and the evil extermination divine sword were connected in heart and soul. He actually discovered that the evil extermination sword also had a baffling kind of restlessness. Hoo-hoo, in this world, people who possess divine artifacts are not just you alone. Feel it? My Zia wants to battle, once more, with the evil extermination sword, said the Heavenspan Island master. Yi Yuan had a puzzled look, not quite understanding the situation. When the Heavenspan Island master saw the situation, he smiled and said, "A million years ago, before Taoist absolute heaven rose up, he once had an opponent called Suwa. Suwa was a sword fanatic. His lifelong goal was to defeat absolute heaven. But sadly, the disparity between him and absolute heaven pulled greater and greater apart instead. In the end, he died because hatred consumed him. In this life, I obtained Suwa's inheritance. This Zia encountering the evil extermination sword once again, do you think it can stay indifferent and not be agitated?" Chapter 1146, Casting a Bright Pearl into Darkness. Chapter 1146, Casting a Bright Pearl into Darkness. Yi Yuan was incredibly shocked. The rise of a powerhouse of his generation was bound to step on the corpses of countless geniuses. Very clearly, this Suwa was a stepping stone on the road on absolute heaven ascension to the summit. It was just that, although Suwa died, his divine sword did not die. A million years later, divine sword Zia and divine sword evil extermination met once more. This was the encounter of fate. Sensing the battle intent coming from evil extermination, Yi Yuan had an understanding in his heart. Hoo-hoo, since I obtained your recognition, how can I lose face for senior absolute heaven? If Suwa wants to battle, then we'll grant his wish. Let him know that even after a million years, he's still Traz. H. Plus, Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. The Heavenspan Island master smiled coldly when he heard that and said, "Stop dreaming." Absolute heaven being able to firmly suppress Su was because his cultivation realm was evenly matched with Suwa, but you're merely 6th level Dao Profound right now. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "So what if 6th level Dao Profound? Dealing with you, it's sufficient." The Heavenspan Island master raised his head to the sky and laughed hard as he said, "Fine, then I'll take a look at whether you truly have this capability or not." Clank! The Heavenspan Island master released an offhand streak of sword light. This sword was incomparably dazzling. It was indeed the might of a divine artifact. Yi Yuan's expression turned somber. Evil extermination suddenly made a move. Boom! Two rays of sword energy that displayed their edge to the fullest extent collided together, directly sending Yi Yuan flying out. The Heavenspan Island Master was peak divine King Essence Energy Realm and also wielded the divine sword Xia. Overpowering Yi Yuan was all too normal. However, the Heavenspan Island Master emitted a soft sound of surprise and said, "Your fleshly body already reached late stage, Tier 9. Truly remarkable. Your divine soul is likely almost reaching the great circle of perfection realm already, right? TSK. When your essence energy realm rises up, essence, energy, and spirit unifying into one, you'll have a chance to salt that transcendent deity realm. Oh, almost forgot. Your heart realm already reached Heaven-Man Unity 2. Truly an unrivaled genius. No wonder the evil extermination divine sword would choose you. That sword move earlier if it were an ordinary 6th level Dao Profound. Even if he had Yi Yuan's strength, he would sustain serious injuries under the tremendous impact too. But Yi Yuan relied on his powerful fleshly body and tyrannical tyrant dragon regeneration art, as well as the extremely strong defense black tortoise treasure body divine art. Yi Yuan actually only felt his blood and qi in turmoil for a moment. This scene, it was not up to the Heavenspan Island Master to not be amazed. However, Yi Yuan was likewise incomparably surprised in his heart. This Heavenspan Island Master seemed to know him fairly well. He actually even know about his Heaven-Man Unity heart realm. This made Yi Yuan even more curious about the Heavenspan Island Master's ident. "One Tai, who on earth are you?" Yi Yuan said solemnly. "Hoo, when you defeat me, this trash, you'll naturally know. But you definitely won't have the chance. Watch closely. This is Xia's ultimate move, Sword Shadow accompanying." His voice had yet to fade when the Heavenspan Island Master's figure suddenly disappeared from sight. The next instant, a sword already arrived at Yi Yuan's throat area. This sword was inconceivable swift. One would completely unable to use eyes to watch it. The name Sword Shadow accompanying lived up to its name. However, with a clank, evil extermination stabbed diagonally upwards, colliding right against Xia without any deviation. An overwhelming force transmitted over. The Heavenspan Island Master only felt the webbing between the thumb and index finger tremble. The divine sword nearly slipped off his hand. Having consumed the refined steel bone tempering pill, Yi Yuan's fleshly body already successfully broke through to late stage Tier 9. His immense strength, coupled with the evil extermination sword formula's power of divine Tao laws. Even ordinary void mystic powerhouses would be unable to withstand it. This shock was by no means insignificant. Different from Yi Yuan, the Heavenspan Island Master did not produce a resonance with the Xia divine sword. This step, not anybody could achieve it. However, the Heavenspan Island Master obtained Su was divine art. Practicing his divine inscriptions, he already had a preliminary understanding to some extent. This was also the reason why he could overpoweringly suppress Hei Meng and become the head island master. In terms of strength, the Heavenspan Island Master was already very close to the 10 great divine kings. It was just a pity that who he ran into was Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's heart realm already reached the great circle of perfection realm. Even if his sword was any faster, it was also not undetectable. Moreover, Yi Yuan possessed the sun-moon heavenly pupil's ocular powers. Capturing the figure of the Heavenspan Island Master was truly accomplished with ease. Even if the Heavenspan Island Master was any faster, he was only a void mystic powerhouse too. He still did not reach the level of deity realm. Yi Yuan coped with unexpected events by sticking to a fundamental principle. No matter how fast his sword was, he did not withdraw either. Impossible. How can he possibly capture my sword? This is the quicksword released with the power of divine Tao laws. It was the first time the Heavenspan Island Master was alarmed. Swaz. H. Plus the Heavenspan Island Master unleashed his sword once again. Sword shadows that filled the skies were akin to shadows following Russ. H. I. Plussing over towards Yi Yuan. This was not cast by some divine ability, but by the Heavenspan Island Master's true body. It was just that his figure was unimaginably swift. That was why it left behind countless afterimages in the entire sky. Clank, clank, clank. Waves of clear and crisp metal class. H. I. Plussing sounds transmitted over. Sparks flew everywhere. The more he fought, the more alarmed Heavenspan Island Master got. From start to end, Yi Yuan stood there and did not move. He just unleashed his sword again and again, nonstop. But he was just unable to sneak attack Yi Yuan, not even once. His every movement and action were completely within Yi Yuan's grasp. When a quicksword was not quick, it was equivalent to having both hands tied up by people. How to continue fight? Clank. Borrowing the recoil force, the Heavenspan Island Master retreated, looking at Yi Yuan with a solemn look. The sword is a fine sword. It's too bad that you can't unleash its strength. Sigh, casting a bright pearl into darkness. With Yi Yuan's sigh, the Heavenspan Island Master's face turned green. His sword emitted a light, humming noise, once more, clearly very unresigned to it. The encounter 1,000,000 years later, it actually still had to lose to evil extermination once again. How could it feel reconciled with it? All right, you already attacked. My turn now. Yi Yuan's words made the Heavenspan Island Master's expression turn somber. He had yet to react when Yi Yuan's figure suddenly vanished. The Heavenspan Island Master's pupils constricted, and he cried out in alarm, "Greater teleportation!" However, there was not much time for him to be astonished. A feeling of immense danger welled up in his heart. However, the Heavenspan Island Master had comprehended some divine Tao laws. He still caught Yi Yuan's traces in the end, sword intent connecting to divinity. Yi Yuan's figure suddenly appeared from within the void, stabbing straight for the Heavenspan Island Master's left ribs. The ribs were extremely hard to defend area. This move of Yi Yuan's was to strike him and leave him unable to save himself. This move, Yi Yuan poured in divine essence, his killing intent not held back in the slightest. He did not have the intention of being soft-hearted and irresolute. No matter who the other party was, he had to die, but the Heavenspan Island Master's strength was even stronger than Cloudski's. Clearly, he was not so easy to be killed. Boom! Yi Yuan's evil extermination sword was actually blocked. The Heavenspan Island Master was pushed back 1,000 feet away, spraying out a mouthful of blood. He already suffered a huge loss. This sword failing did not exceed Yi Yuan's expectations. The Heavenspan Island Master, this level of existence, was not that easy to kill. Crack! Right at this time, the Heavenspan Island Master's hideous mask actually split at the center, revealing a face that Yi Yuan was very familiar with. Seeing this face, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed. He said, "So it's you." Chapter 1147, Terrifying Divine King Domain. Chapter 1147, Terrifying Divine King Domain under the mask was a sage-like appearance. He looked like he was just an old man with a benevolent countenance. Even Yi Yuan was also cheated by this old man. This person was actually Han Qingzi, who presided over Yi Yuan's alchemy battle in Cloudmarsh City. Honestly speaking, when he saw this face, Yi Yuan was shocked too. In the divine realm, Han Qingzi could be said to be a rare clear stream and would never take part in any conflicts. His reputation was very good. Yi Yuan never would have dreamed that this guy was actually such a slaughterer who posed as a person of high morals. Yi Yuan suddenly recalled that when the immemorial medicine garden opened back then, he never saw Han Qingzi's traces all along. Since he went to Cloud Marsh City, it was impossible to not enter the immemorial medicine garden to take a look. Yi Yuan did not pay any attention at that time. Looking at it now, this guy had definitely hidden in an obscure corner all along, waiting for the right moment. And it was precisely because of his cautiousness that he avoided the calamity that time. The depth of this person's cunningness was seriously too terrifying. He also did not expect that Han Qingzi's martial Dao strength was actually so formidable. Looks like I was overly persistent. Dealing with you, why is there a need for the divine sword? Han Qingzi did not care about Yi Yuan's astonishment and had an appearance of sudden enlightenment. Very clearly, the time of Han Qingzi obtaining Su was inheritances was not very long. Yi Yuan reckoned that it was also just the likes of over 1,000 years. It was also precisely from that time that he set up such a trade fair, developing it in secret, only awaiting to soar to the skies in one bound. Over 1,000 years, Han Qingzi did not walk very far out along the true great Tao of the sword. He was at best equally matched in strength with Yi Yuan right now. However, the divine sword Xia was ultimately not evil extermination's opponent. This was already a fact that was verified before 1,000,000 years ago. Yi Yuan looked at him and said contemptuously, "You don't even trust your own sword. How can you win me? Killing you, just divine king domain is sufficient." Han Qingzi gave a cold laugh. His divine king domain suddenly activated. A violent sword intent instantly filled the entire stretch of S.P.A.C. His divine king domain was even broader than Heimeng's. It actually reached 20,000 feet. What Han Qingzi said was right. Him using divine art to battle, Yi Yuan was met with counterattacks each time. Although the power of the divine king domain was inferior to the divine sword, with the divine sword's augmentation, not only was the power of his divine king domain stronger, the area covered was even wider. But this sword domain was very heterogeneous. The divine sword Xia still emitted light, quivering sounds. Clearly, it was quite opposed to this. Divine swords had spirits. It was expressing its displeasure toward Han Qingzi's way of doing things. Within 20,000 feet radius, Yi Yuan could not even execute greater teleportation, and was directly shrouded by the divine king domain. For a moment, he seemingly sunk into a sea of swords. Yi Yuan's divine king domain was directly shattered by himself. Currently, it was unable to condense at all. At this time, he could only rely on the evil extermination sword in his hand to forcefully resist these sword intents. Reaching the realm of the 10 great divine kings, they were already disdainful to use divine king domains anymore. Like the heaven-stabilizing divine king, when he was dealing with Yi Yuan, he directly overpowered with divine Dao laws. In front of divine Dao laws, any divine king domain was trash. However, Han Qingzi's current strength was at the stage between void mystic powerhouses, closing in on the 10 great divine kings. His divine Dao comprehensions were also just that tiny bit stronger than Yi Yuan's. He was completely unable to crush Yi Yuan, but the sword intent in his divine king domain carried divine Dao laws. It was much stronger compared to ordinary divine king domains. Even if Yi Yuan brandished the evil extermination sword until not even a drop of water could trickle through, it was hard to ward off the all-pervasive sword intent too. This was the terrifying aspect of a divine king domain. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The ever-present sword intent stabbed at every opportunity, slicing onto Yi Yuan's body every now and then. Before long, Yi Yuan's body had a series of additional injuries. The injuries became deeper and deeper, while the blood flowed more and more, looking gruesomely horrific. Ha ha! Truly what a shame. A genius like you is indeed absolute heaven's one and only successor. It's just a pity that geniuses are all short-lived ghosts. Absolute heaven was like this. You are similarly like so. Han Qingzi's essence energy was thick pus. I plussing the divine king domain to the limits, not giving Yi Yuan the slightest opportunity to catch his breath at all. At this time, the Nine Phoenix Island was long already in a chaotic mess. Han Qingzi was an alchemy path master. He had operated on this island for over 1,000 years and naturally would not have just this bit of manpower. Apart from Heimeng and Duan Lingfeng, a void mystic powerhouse clashed together with Jiang Taitsang. As for Kuang Tianming, Yi Yuan left Elder Tan and Zhao Qian to him for safety. When those stall owners saw this battle array, how could they still dare to stay? Each and every one ran away from the island. What made Qiu Yuqiu rather surprised was that at this time, Shark One actually joined the group battle, dealing with Duan Lingfeng together with him. With him joining in, Duan Lingfeng's pressure skyrocketed. Meanwhile, Heimeng and Ao Qian were locked in a fierce struggle. Within a short time, there was no way of determining the victor. The commotion of a 20,000 feet divine king domain was extremely great. When the Ao Qian and Qiu Yuqiu, who were currently in the heat of fierce fighting at the front mountain, detected this power, their expressions changed drastically. Ao Qian examined himself and thought that under such a powerful divine king domain, he would lose for sure beyond all doubt. Furthermore, he knew that His Excellency's art of greater teleportation only had a distance of 10,000 feet. Ha ha! You're going to lose if your mind is wandering. But don't you worry. When Elder Brother takes care of that punk, he'll come and send you guys down below to accompany him. When Heimeng saw this divine king domain, he was wildly exhilarated. Han Qingzi's strength, he was all too clear. Although that brat's strength was not bad, encountering his elder brother, that was absolutely certain death without chances of survival. Ao Qian's expression darkened, and he involuntarily increased essence energy some more, wanting to end the battle fast. But Heimeng clearly detected his intentions and was not in a hurry at this time anymore. Instead, he fought a seesaw battle with him. Ao Qian's strength was a slight notch above Heimeng's, but wanting to take Heimeng down was not something that could be done in a short time. This way, his heart burned with even greater anxiety. Big Brother Kuang, do you think, young master, you will be fine, or not? Over here, when Zhao Qian saw that divine king domain, her face was nervous until it became deathly pale. Kuang Tianming's complexion was not good either, but he still consoled. Relax, Yi Yuan won't be defeated so easily. These words even sounded rather uncertain to himself. The expression of Elder Tan by the side changed again and again, but did not say anything. Clearly, he was not optimistic about Yi Yuan too. Over 20,000 radius divine king domain. This was too terrifying. According to what he knew, the 8 great super holy lands, holy lord's strengths were also merely 10,000 over feet. Yi Yuan wielded the sword and guarded his vital areas. But the ever-encroaching sword intent still made the injuries on his body become more and more severe. Although his black tortoise treasure body divine, art progressed at a remarkable pace, facing sword intent that contained divine Tao laws. It was still not quite adequate to look at, unless he could cultivate the human path chapter to the great circle of perfection realm. Then he could disregard these sword intents. But sadly, he could not do it. Ha, Ji Qingyun, I gave you the chance, but you insist on wanting to deliver yourself to death. Now, I'll see what you have to take revenge. And Han Qingzi was currently being pleased with himself when, all of a sudden, his expression changed drastically. Chapter 1148, Domain of Sword. Chapter 1148, Domain of Sword. In order to conserve essence energy, Yi Yuan's defensive circle was very small to begin with. Under the Divine King domain, the originally very small defensive circle was still full of flaws. But Han Qingzi discovered to his surprise that Yi Yuan's weak points were becoming lesser and lesser under the 20,000 feet sword domain. Yi Yuan was as though a small rowboat in the ocean, swaying in the midst of a raging storm possible to capsize at any time. However, Yi Yuan's defensive circle actually became more and more rounded out. At first, Han Qingzi did not take notice. But along with the Pa-S, Sing of Time, interference of him breaking through Yi Yuan's defenses became greater and greater. He finally noticed something amiss. Domain of Sword. This is impossible. You haven't broken through to Deity realm. How can you possibly grasp the Domain of Sword? Han Qingzi said in aghast. Han Qingzi saw everything as clearly as a blazing fire inside the Divine King domain. The 20,000-foot Divine King domain actually had a small area that was slowly breaking away from his control. One had to know that inside the Divine King domain, he was AGOD. But now he was currently sensing that this small chunk of area was currently being slowly hollowed out. A pure to the extreme domain of sword was currently slowly forming. Just as Skydistant said, this Divine King domain was only an abnormal product under the present heavenly Tao. Fusing concepts and comprehending Divine King domain were a road that must be taken for present peak Divine Kings. In terms of power, it was naturally much stronger compared to ordinary Divine King powerhouses. But the true power of domain was not this kind of fused, deformed product. Han Qingzi obtained Su was inheritance and knew that only genuine deity realm powerhouses could grasp the power of domains. In the ancient era, deity realm powerhouses would not divert their attention to other things and comprehend many kinds of supreme true intents. All of them comprehended one type of concept to the great circle of perfection, then comprehended divine Tao laws, breaking through to deity realm, finally forming a divine Tao domain belonging to themselves. Han Qingzi had infiltrated the immemorial medicine garden before and knew that Yi Yuan had long comprehended a Divine King domain already, but he was very curious why Yi Yuan did not put it to good use all along. He did not know that Yi Yuan had long stopped using his Divine King domain and focused wholeheartedly on Sword Tao. However, Han Qingzi never would have dreamed that Yi Yuan actually comprehended a true domain of sword in battle, a pure domain of sword. Similarly, a domain, but a genuine domain of sword was way stronger compared to a Divine King domain. This was the true great Tao source power. It was the domain power condensed from divine Tao laws. Inside this area of domain, Yi Yuan was the absolute divinity. No way. Take the chance that he hasn't completed it yet. I got to kill him. Han Qingzi's expression turned cold, killing intent revealing in its entirety. Qi Qingyun, you force me. Sun, wind one character sword. Kill. Han Qingzi raised the divine sword Zia, his entire person giving off an imposing momentum that penetrated everything. This sword was Han Qingzi's stronger martial technique. He also did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually able to force him to use this move. Following the word kill, leaving his mouth, Han Qingzi's figure abruptly vanished. All of the sword intent condensed into one line, tearing through the sky. This required exceedingly high control towards sword intent. It could be said that Han Qingzi's sword intent already reached the acme of perfection among void mystic powerhouses. The might of this sword, Even Ao Qian's dragon prancing the four seas might not be able to block it too. A terrifying power spread out, making the hearts of the people who were currently concerned about Yi Yuan palpitate. This attack was too powerful. Even when separated from so far away, they sensed the threatening sword energy too. Clank. A clear class. Plussing sound. Han Qingzi's eyes turned intent, his gaze revealing a dumbstruck look. Yi Yuan actually blocked his sword of his, using the sword's tip. Two great divine artifacts colliding, sword energy overflowed. The berserk sword intent suffused everywhere, slicing the rocks, trees, into pieces. Everyone was extremely shocked. They did not understand what on earth happened at the back mountain to actually cause such a great commotion. Sensing that sword intent, which overflowed out, He Meng's expression changed greatly. This was two sword intents. One was his big brother's. The other, no need to think, it was definitely Yi Yuan's. He was truly unable to understand how a measly little sixth-level Tao profound could actually accomplish to this sort of extent. Could it be that a sixth-level divine king was actually able to rival the big brother, who was comparable to the 10 great divine kings? This was also a bit too preposterous, right? Boom! A bolt of lightning landed, slamming right on top of the island. When everyone saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically once more. Young Master Yi broke through. He's fine, Zhao Qian said in pleasant surprise. Elder Tan watched that roiling tribulation cloud, incomparably shocked in his heart. Just what kind of freak was this Ji Qingyun to actually be able to fight with that heavenspan island master to this extent? Even if he broke through right now, he was also merely just 7th level Tao profound. Ji Qingyun, who returned anew completely, could not be judged with common sense. Do you hear Zia's unwillingness? It can lose, but it's unwilling to be defeated like this. Although you obtained Su was inheritance, you didn't comprehend the quintessence of his sword intent. You took a heretical path instead. A person like you isn't fit to use a sword. That instance when evil extermination and Zia clashed together, Yi Yuan's domain of sword was finally completed. After shattering his divine king domain, he finally condensed the power of domain anew once more. And this time, it was a genuine power of domain. Perhaps, in the present divine realm, it was one-of-a-kind existence. Even though it was only 20 square feet, within this 20-feet radius, Yi Yuan was the absolute hegemon. Even a void mystic powerhouse's divine king domain would not cut it too. And right now, Han Qingzi was precisely within the radius of this 20 feet. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A terrifying sword intent instantly broke his divine king domain, completely destroying the divine king domain within the 20 feet radius. Poor work. Sword intent that carried divine Tao laws virtually breached Han Qingzi's protective essence energy instantly, severely wounding him. Boom. A bolt of heavenly tribulation landed. But when it reached the 20 feet radius of Yi Yuan, it was like it be imped into an invisible barrier, directly dissipating into nothing. The might of heavenly tribulation actually could not breach his domain of sword. Han Qingzi collapsed weakly onto the ground, his body already riddled with 1,000 gaping wounds. Yi Yuan's domain of sword was just like a meat grinder, utterly pulverizing him. Impossible. All the way until now, Han Qingzi still did not dare to believe everything before his eyes. How could a 6th-level Tao profound martial artist possibly beat him? Furthermore, it was even under the circumstances of him possessing a divine artifact. Looking at the Han Qingzi on the verge of death, Yi Yuan did not have much sympathy. Martial Tao world, slaughter originally had no cause for much criticism. But Han Qingzi's approach was overly beneath contempt. Most importantly, He was the chief instigator who killed Zhao Xingchen. Just based on this, Yi Yuan had to kill him. Yi Yuan came before Han Qingzi slowly and said indifferently, "You and I are also considered to have some friends. I plus P. If not because you killed Zhao Xingchen, I could have let you off. Now, do you have any last words?" Haha cough cough cough. Han Qingzi suddenly started laughing. But due to his injuries being too severe, it brought up violent coughing. "Ji Qingyun, you're indeed a genius. However, you obtained absolute heaven's legacy. The fiend race won't let you off." See cough cough. Yi Yuan shook his head and let out a sigh as he said, "Are these your last words?" Chapter 1149, Forbidden Zone. Chapter 1149, Forbidden Zone. Boom. Boom. Multiple bolts of heavenly tribulation landed. Yi Yuan's figure slowly appeared in everyone's line of sight. Everyone stared at him dumbfoundedly, unable to use words to describe their emotions at all. My G, oh D, what did I see? Is there transcending tribulation like that? Freak. Master Yi is simply a freak. Heavenly tribulation actually automatically dissipated when it reached 20 feet above his head. What on earth did he do? Master Yi came out. Then, is it possible that he killed the Heavenspan Island Master? There were still some bold stall owners quietly observing the development of the situation the whole time. When they saw the scene of heavenly tribulation cross, plussing down on top of Yi Yuan's head, yet he was slowly walking out. This scene was deeply imprinted in their minds, never to forget for all their lives. Zhao Qian saw Yi Yuan appear and was extremely agitated as she said to Kuang Tianming, "Young Master Yi is all right. Fantastic. It's really wonderful." Just earlier, sensing that powerful divine king domain, Zhao Qian's heart was almost about to jump out. Only all the way until she saw Yi Yuan at this time did she finally set her mind at ease. When Kuang Tianming saw Yi Yuan, he also let out a sigh of relief. However, then he was even more shocked. He sensed that Yi Yuan seemed to be somewhat different. Prior to this, Yi Yuan's entire person was just like an unsheathed sharp sword, revealing his keen edge. But now, Yi Yuan's every movement and action seemed to encompass the lingering charm, the great Tao. The lingering charm of the great Tao of sword. That was the great Tao that he, Kuang Tianming, pursued his entire life. Finally, the last bolt of heavenly tribulation landed, but was still unable to make Yi Yuan's countenance changed in the slightest. 20 feet away from his body, it immediately scattered and disappeared. When Heimeng saw this scene, his eyes became wide circles. Right now, he only had one thought remaining. That was to run. Boom. Heimeng shook off Ao Qian with a palm and urged his movement technique to the limits, attempting to flee the Nine Phoenix Island. However, how could Yi Yuan possibly give him the chance? Everyone only felt a blur before their eyes and already lost sight of Yi Yuan as if he had disappeared into thin air. The next instant, Yi Yuan already showed up, blocking Heimeng's retreat route. 20,000 feet, following Yi Yuan breaking through to 7th level Divine Tao, plus Divine Tao Law's comprehension deepening, the distance of his art of greater teleportation directly doubled. Seeing this scene, Heimeng's face revealed a look of despair. "Are you doing it yourself or having me do it?" Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and said coolly, You really killed Big Brother?" Up till now, Heimeng still did not dare to believe that a 6th level Tao Profound was capable of killing his elder brother. Looks like you didn't come to understand it. Yi Yuan did not answer him. He just nonchalantly said a sentence and was about to make a move. "Hang on. See, could it be that there's no other path to take? I surrender. I'll be the same as him, be your servant. He Meng pointed at Ao Qian and said, "At this time, Duan Lingfeng was already restrained by Qiu Yuqiu's and Shark One's combined force." Hearing these words, he said furiously, "He Meng, you dare to betray Big Brother." But He Meng barked angrily, "You shut your mouth for me. Big Brother is already dead. A fine bird chooses a tree to perch on." Duan Lingfeng said angrily, "You traitor! Death is just death for a real man. What's there to be scared of? Pooh! Wanna die? You go and die. Don't drag me to be a scapegoat." The two people were currently bickering incessantly, but Yi Yuan said indifferently, "All right, a subordinate like you, I feel it beneath my dignity to take in. Make a move. I'll give you an opportunity to attack." He Meng's expression changed, and he revealed a ferocious expression. Suddenly, his divine king domain opened up and crushed over towards Yi Yuan. Ao Qian's expression changed, and he shouted, "My lord, be careful." Yi Yuan just stood there, completely without the intention of avoiding. The next instant, a scene that made everyone stare speechlessly with their mouths agape happened. He Meng's divine king domain directly sieved through 20 feet in front of Yi Yuan. At this time, Yi Yuan took a step forward. He Meng's divine king domain actually seemed to voluntarily open up a path. What kind of martial technique is this? It's too powerful. It looks like a divine king domain, but it seems to be somewhat different too. Previously, when Master Yi was transcending tribulation, even heavenly tribulation was unable to breach 20 feet in front of him too. Now it's like this too. Could it be that the area 20 feet in front of him is a forbidden zone? Everyone was incomparably shocked, because this scene before their eyes completely subverted their understanding. The battle between divine king domains was absolutely not this sort of situation. They could not even sense that Yi Yuan used essence energy. It was as if the area 20 feet in front of him was a forbidden zone. And, body was able to breach it. Seeing this scene, He Meng's pupils constricted. Yi Yuan strolled over leisurely, akin to a large mountain cruise. Plussing towards him, making him unable to catch his breath at all. Even when facing an opponent like Ao Qian, He Meng also did not feel such pressure before. Flee. At this time, He Meng's entire mind was only left with this one thought. Even if he knew that he could not escape anymore. Divine king domain withdrawing, He Meng turned around and fled. Right at this time, Yi Yuan's figure vanished once more. The next instant, something that made everyone's scalps tingle occurred. When Yi Yuan's figure appeared once more, he was already 20 feet in front of He Meng. Everyone only heard a series of miserable cries. He Meng was directly ground into pieces by countless sword energy. Even if his sea race fleshy body was very powerful, he fell silent in the end too. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Toward Yi Yuan's might, they had a clear understanding. Even Ao Qian could not resist shrinking his neck back a bit too. How did my lord become so powerful in a blink of an eye? He fought with He Meng for a long time and was deeply aware of He Meng's might, but did not expect that he was finished off by His Excellency so effortlessly. It seemed like in front of His Excellency, divine king domains completely became ornaments. Just what kind of cultivation method was this? But he also perceived that what Yi Yuan used was a martial technique similar to domains. It was just that Yi Yuan's domain was many times stronger than theirs. When the people knew about the few island masters' actions, each and every one of them felt anger, but then it changed to lingering fear. If this trade fair kept on continuing, who knew when they would be disposed of? Of course, each and every one of them was overflowing with grat. 1, 2 toward Yi Yuan. If not for Yi Yuan, They would still be treated like fools by people all along, becoming tools to transport treasures. Zhao Qian was already informed of the news of father being killed, completely crying her eyes out. She searched bitterly for father's traces these few years, hanging onto a trace of hope all along. But now, the hope was finally still extinguished. Toward Zhao Qian, Yi Yuan had an additional portion of regret in his heart. What plans do you have currently? Yi Yuan found Zhao Qian and asked. Zhao Qian shook her head and said, I don't know. Young Master Yi, thank you for helping my father take revenge. But my father is dead. I'm feeling completely messed up right now. Zhao Qian had already washed her face with tears these few days. Now, talking about her father, her eyes became red again. Chapter 1150, Welcoming with a Solemn Ceremony. Chapter 1150, Welcoming with a solemn ceremony. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh, but he still did not know how he should console Zhao Qian. Regarding Zhao Xingchen's death, Yi Yuan was still rather guilty in his heart. He did not kill Zhao Xingchen, but Zhao Xingchen died because of him. Back then, he requested Zhao Xingchen to search for spirit medicines. He did not think that Zhao Xingchen actually put forth that much effort either, resulting in braving risks himself and losing his life. Why, young Master Yi, can you lend me your shoulder to lean on? Zhao Qian said with tears in her eyes. Yi Yuan gave a sigh and reached his hand out and lightly pulled Zhao Qian into his embrace and said, If you wish to continue running the meteor trading company, after this matter is over, I'll go and exterminate the Pola trading company. In the future, this divine realm only has the meteor trading company, a single firm running a monopoly. The lovely body of the Zhao Qian in his embrace shuddered when she heard that. A bout of warmth flowed into the pit of her heart. One sentence, it made Zhao Qian's sky that fell down be mended again. This man before her eyes was the heavens. She did not doubt in the slightest that Yi Yuan had this strength. Even the Heavenspan Island master, that kind of existence, died under Yi Yuan's sword. Yi Yuan's present strength felt like it already said the 8 great super holy lands' holy lords. The 9 great trading companies in the past, the strongest Pola trading company was also merely a quasi-super holy land. Even if the Pola trading company was being controlled by the fiend race presently, for Yi Yuan to want to exterminate it, it was as easy as flipping over his hand. For the Meteor Trading Company to want to replace the Pola Trading Company was also merely a matter of a word from Yi Yuan. She believed that even the 8 great super holy lands' holy lords did not dare to come forward to say anything either. Thank you, young Master Yi, Zhao Qian said softly. Far from thanking. Brother Zhao and I were on great terms. You provided considerable assistance to me as well. Right now, the Meteor Trading Company encountering distress, it's proper and reasonable that I can't sit idly by and remain indifferent, Yi Yuan said. He did not say the matter of Zhao Xingqing hunting the silver moon heavenly tea on his behalf. The old friend was already gone. Why was there a need to let a crack arise between him and Zhao Qian? Yi Yuan already made up his mind. In the future, Zhao Qian's matters were his, Yi Yuan's matters. Who knew that? Zhao Qian let out a sigh and said, Zhao Qian indeed likes running operations a lot. It's just that these days, the fiend race is restless and eager for action. In the midst of turbulent times, how can the Meteor Trading Company pay attention to one's own moral uplift without thought of others? After today, I'll arrange for all of the Meteor Trading Company's affairs to cease all activities, hiding our edge. After young Master Yi quells the fiend race, the Meteor Trading Company will make a comeback. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, may as well. On this matter, Zhao Qian clearly thought more thoroughly than him. My lord, the clan has already sent news. The patriarch agreed to your terms and approves of using 1 million-year-old pearl have tears to exchange for the purple void vitality spirit pill. On this day, Shark One came to see Yi Yuan, finally bringing the news of the Merman clan. Toward this, Yi Yuan was not surprised. He already exhibited his alchemy skills. As long as Shark One was not an idiot, he should know that the people capable of refining the purple void vitality spirit pill in this world, and body else was worthy except him. This way, Pearl Have Tears was also considered to have landed in his pocket. Counting in Pearl Have Tears, Yi Yuan already collected 6 of the 9 core medicines at present. There was only left with the final 3. He also did not think that the progress of the Tao-defying pill would be so smooth sailing. Yi Yuan slew Han Qingzi, put away his storage ring, and indeed discovered quite a few good things. And that stock of Silver Moon Heavenly Tea was currently lying inside the storage ring quietly, completely intact. Over 1,000 years ago, Han Qingzi obtained Su was inheritance. And in his inheritance, there was an ancient mystic grade pill formula that could have the effect of filling one with wisdom and enlightenment, helping him to comprehend the power of divine Tao laws. Han Qingzi's comprehension of divine Tao laws already reached the middle of a bottleneck. As long as he took one more stop, he would be able to truly transcend the realm of void mystic and reach the level of competing with the 10 great divine kings. It was just a shame that he was still missing one last spirit medicine, the purple Lingji. In the end, it still fell short of success at the last stage. The refining difficulty of this ancient pill formula was exceedingly high, but Han Qingzi himself was a peak alchemy emperor. He had the strength to refine it, except this pill formula was somewhat of little value to Yi Yuan. With his comprehension ability, he did not require whatever filling with wisdom at all. For Han Qingzi to be able to comprehend divine Tao laws and become a peak alchemy emperor, his comprehension ability in itself was already extraordinarily high. It was just that compared to Yi Yuan, it was still far too lacking. With Yi Yuan comprehending the domain of sword, the evil extermination sword formula already officially attained a higher level of mastery, reaching the extent of the first level's great circle of perfection. According to what Skydistant said, the evil extermination sword formula was divided into 3 levels. When Yi Yuan cultivated these 3 levels to the great circle of perfection realm, he would be able to activate the vast heaven sword art that absolute heaven left behind inside the vast heaven steel. The evil extermination sword formula was actually the elementary part of the vast heaven sword art. This vast heaven sword art was completely different from other cultivation methods. Inclusive of the heaven-stabilizing divine king, they all directly comprehended divine Tao cultivation methods. But Yi Yuan did not even enter the gates of the vast heaven sword art currently. However, even if he did not cross the threshold, Yi Yuan's current strength was also already sufficiently powerful. Perhaps he was still a bit inferior compared to the 10 great divine kings. But facing void mystic powerhouses, he could easily kill them. As for the Xia divine sword, as well as Su was divine Tao cultivation method, Yi Yuan was not stingy, sing them to the extreme sword divine king, Kuang Tianming. Kuang Tianming's lifelong goal was the extremities of sword Tao. Yet, Yi Yuan, who came late, Serpa, said those who were in front. Yi Yuan already thoroughly Serpa, said him. But on this point, Kuang Tianming already had a clear estimation of himself in the previous life, acknowledging that he was inferior to Yi Yuan. However, this did not hinder his heart of pursuing sword Tao. Obtaining Su was inheritance. It was as if he obtained a priceless treasure. He entered the vast heaven pag. Did it go into close seclusion and cultivate? With this set of cultivation methods, it might not be an impossibility for Kuang Tianming to be ranked amongst the 10 great divine kings in the future. Yi Yuan believed that this set of cultivation methods in Quang Tianming's hands would absolutely be much more valuable compared to in Han Qingzi's hands. Quang Tianming never would have dreamed that he would one day be able to obtain a divine sword and a set of divine Dao sword art. The relations I plus P between him and Yi Yuan already did not need excessive words. He secretly resolved his heart to definitely assist Yi Yuan in this lifetime and exterminate the fiend race. If Sua knew that his successor became Absolute Heaven's successor's right-hand man a million years later, who knew what he would think? The group of people entered the Merman clan's territory through an impressive array. The Garner Sky Sea region's underwater world had always been the human race's restricted area. Any and all humans who came down, basically all would die. The might of the sea race was actually by no means inferior to the human race. It was just that fighting on land, less than 70% of their strength could be unleashed. They were naturally unwilling to go ash. However, underwater, their strength was incomparably terrifying. In contrast, once human martial artists enter below water, their strength would be greatly discounted, unless what they cultivated just happened to be a water attribute cultivation method. What Yi Yuan cultivated was not a water attribute cultivation method, but now that he comprehended the domain of sword, places that he said through, the water would automatically retreat a distance of 20 feet, making it not too different from ash. Seeing this scene, Shark One was also extremely shocked in his heart. Ahead, a group of sea folks came to welcome them. A merman at the front wore a crown on his head. His aura was extremely powerful. His Majesty heard of Your Excellency's Alchemy Dao's strength, and he decided to personally come forward to receive you. Shark One explained by the side. Chapter 1151. Bad Terms on Meeting. Chapter 1151. Bad Terms on Meeting along the way. Through Shark One's introduction, Yi Yuan got to know that the Merman clan's king was called Tong. His strength was fearsome. Upon meeting today, it indeed lived up to the reputation. Yi Yuan has seen Your Majesty. Yi Yuan cupped his fists, considered to have paid his respects. His way of doing things made the group of powerhouses behind His Majesty change countenance agitatedly. Audacious human, to actually dare be so impertinent towards His Majesty. Insolence, seen His Majesty and still not bowing. Your Majesty, this boy is haughty and rude. He definitely doesn't have much capability. Perhaps he's here to swindle the pearl, have tears. Tong had yet to say anything when those Merman clan powerhouses behind him already erupted. Yi Yuan's attitude made them very displeased. In their view, humans were lowly. Seeing His Majesty, they should give a solemn bow. No matter how powerful Yi Yuan was, that was all Shark One saying it when he returned. They all had not witnessed with their own eyes. Now, when they saw that Yi Yuan was only 7th level Dao profound, all of them could not help looking down on him, thinking that Yi Yuan was deliberately deceiving them. Alchemists capable of refining the purple void vitality spirit pill also had to reach Divine King, realm, no matter what, right? Not just them. Even when Tong saw Yi Yuan, he had a disappointed look too. Shark One praised how very powerful Yi Yuan was previously, but he did not mention Yi Yuan's martial Dao cultivation. Him coming out to welcome in high spirits could be said to be very sincere already. But seeing that Yi Yuan was only 7th level Dao profound, he was naturally greatly disappointed. Yi Yuan swept a glance over everyone, and his expression turned intent as he said, His Majesty hasn't even spoken yet, and each and every one of you jumped out. Do you have any respect for His Majesty at all? Could it be that the Merman clan's officials are all so insolent? With just one sentence, it made those merfolks who were jumping around instantly become mute. Why, your majesty, we didn't mean that. Tong waved his hand, indicating for them to shut up. He then said to Yi Yuan, "Young man, you really have confidence in refining the purple void vitality spirit pill? I'll say the nasty things first. If you let this king discover that you're making a fool out of our merman clan, this king definitely won't spare you." Only when those merman powerhouses saw that His Majesty did not have the intention of pursuing it did they let out a sigh in relief. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Your Majesty, I haven't even entered the front door yet, and you're threatening me. Could it be that this is your merman clan's hospitality? Also, doesn't your Majesty know that alchemists can't be offended? Your ATT, I tooed. This young master don't dare to guarantee what the I'll refine out." Yi Yuan originally did not want to be overbearing. Who knew that this bunch of fellows went from bad to worse? He originally saw Tong receive personally and was even a little bit moved. He did not think that Tong was also a stuck-up fellow. If not for the pearl have tears, he would have just left without saying goodbye. Alchemists naturally could not be offended, because it was seriously too easy for them to want to do a little underhanded trick in the medicinal pill. At that time, they would not even know how they died. Tong had underestimated Yi Yuan too. Otherwise, he would not say such words either. Yi Yuan's words made everyone's faces change. This was a blatant threat. In this underwater world, there was actually someone who dared to threaten the merman clan's king. Truly had no idea of death or danger. You dare to threaten this king? Tong's eyes glared. A terrifying aura pressed over towards Yi Yuan. However, when this aura arrived in front of Yi Yuan, it actually directly dissipated into nothing, as if it had never appeared before. Seeing this scene, Tong's two eyes could not help turning intent, and he put away the belittling intent. This young man did not seem to be as simple as on the surface. By the side, Shark One saw that the situation seemed to be getting rather out of control and hurriedly stepped forward to resolve the awkwardness by saying, "Ha! Everybody, calm down, calm down. Your Majesty, Master Yi is absolutely the most formidable alchemist that this official has seen not one of. Don't humans have a phrase called seeing is believing? Not personally seeing his strength. How can one easily deny it?" Tong gave him a glance and said coolly, "All right then. Whatever there is, go back to the clan first before talking." Shark One hurriedly came before Yi Yuan and apologized vigorously. The clansman did not know Yi Yuan's terror, but he was deeply aware of Yi Yuan's terrifying aspects. How Yi Yuan killed the Heavenspan Island master, he did not see it, but the spectacle of Yi Yuan killing Hei Meng was still vivid in his mind. Two Estonies. I plus ing. It was just that saying this sort of words. And, oh, body would believe it all. A 7th-level Dao, profound martial artist, actually finished off a peak void mystic powerhouse so effortlessly. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said smilingly, "This minor thing, I naturally won't take it to heart. But I don't wish for people to come and provoke me." The moment Shark One heard, he hurriedly nodded his head and voiced his assent. "Your Excellency, rest assured. When Shark One returns to the clan, I'll explain to His Majesty." Bad terms? On the first meeting. Actually, Yi Yuan was very understanding of the merman clan's thoughts too. He was seriously too young. It was very easy to give people the impression that young people could not be trusted with important tasks. In reality, it was also not once or twice that he encountered such a thing. As long as these people did not act blind and provoke him, everything could be discussed. After all, he really needed a 1,000,000-year-old pearl, have tears too. "Shark One, look what you've done. You sent Shark 3 back, saying that you found a very formidable alchemist. But what kind of person did you bring back?" "Huh. Upon returning to the clan, Shark One first arranged residences for Yi Yuan's party, then hurriedly came to find Tong to explain. Of course, what greeted him was Tong's raving bellows. Exactly. Shark One, His Majesty saw that you're normally sharp, that's why he let you go to the 9 Phoenix Island to handle affairs. But you brought back such a brat whose hair isn't even fully grown. What can he do? Shark One, don't think that we don't know if we don't go Ash. O-R-E, the human race's apex alchemists. How can they be of this age? Aren't you messing around here? Not just Tong. The Merfolk clan's clansmen also started to reprove Shark One. It was seriously that the feeling Yi Yuan gave him was too unreliable. Originally, they heard Shark One boast until flowers cascaded from the skies. Now, upon seeing Yi Yuan, this contrast was too great. Shark One did not defend himself either, just quietly waiting for these guys to finish reproving before laughing coldly, and said, 9 Phoenix Island? That has already become the past. And, Shark One, what's the meaning of your words? Tong's gaze turned intent, and he asked, no idea why. He had a feeling that the meaning in Shark One's words seemed like this matter had some connections with Yi Yuan. Shark One gave a bow toward Tong, then told the events that happened on the 9 Phoenix Island exactly as it was. Impossible. That Hei Meng is the blood brother of the Black Shark Clan's king. His cultivation was only slightly inferior to the Black Shark Clan's king. How can a mere 7th level Dao profound human possibly kill him? Shark One, your ability of cooking up wild tales is getting more and more impressive. That brat looks to be around 30 years old. Even though his strength is decent, to say killing Hei Meng, isn't it preposterous? Shark One met with the clansman, questioning the moment he finished telling this sort of words, and, body would believe it either. However, Tong became lost in thought. Chapter 1152, The High Priest Knows. Chapter 1152, The High Priest Knows. You're saying that the 20 feet in front of him is a restricted area? Tong asked with furrowed brows. Shark One nodded his and said, ain't that right? When Master Yi was transcending tribulation, so many people were watching. The power of that heavenly tribulation absolutely rivals the all-out attack of a void mystic powerhouse. But that heavenly tribulation actually spontaneously dissipated when it reached 20 feet in front of him. Thinking of Yi Yuan's Ji. D slaying like 20 feet restricted area back then. Shark One still had lingering fear in his heart until now. But Tong fell silent when he heard it. Him releasing pressure previously also carried the intention of probing. But just as Shark One said, when his aura arrived 20 feet in front of Yi Yuan, it was no longer able to advance an inch further. With his strength going to pressure a 7th level Dao profound, such a bizarre situation had never occurred before. Shark One, then how confident do you feel this Yi Yuan refining the purple void vitality spirit pill is? You're also aware of the importance of the purple void vitality spirit pill to Sooner? Tong inquired. When Shark One heard, he said with a bitter smile, Your Majesty, pill refinement, this sort of thing. Who can guarantee? Even our sea race's alchemists. Likely no one dares to say this sort of words to Your Majesty either, right? However, I witnessed Master Ye's alchemy skills with my own eyes. It absolutely reached the acme of perfection. This point, Shark Two can bear witness. Shark Two immediately said when he heard, Your Majesty, Shark Two can bear witness. Master Ye's alchemy Dao is absolutely seldom seen in my lifetime. High priestly, talking up to here. Shark Two suddenly felt like he spoke too much and hurriedly shut up. However, everyone understood his meaning. High Priest Li was far inferior to Master Yi Yuan. High Priest Li was the most formidable alchemist of the Merfolk clan. His alchemy Dao's strength was also among the very best in the entire sea race. It was just that his temper was very explosive. The matter of finding Yi Yuan to come and refine pills, Tong deliberately hid from him. He was afraid of him jumping out and causing trouble. When Tong heard that, he let out a sigh and said, "Although that's the case, the purple void vitality spirit pill is Suner's last hope." Tong also knew that the purple void vitality spirit pill was not easy to refine, but he lost himself in his concern and somewhat lost his composure for a moment. Mystic-grade medicinal pills. How many alchemists dared to guarantee that they could 100% refine it? The purple void vitality spirit pill was not an ordinary medicinal pill. Even Yi Yuan also just saw it in records. The difficulty of refining could be imagined. Forget about 100%. The sea race's alchemists did not have even 5% assurance. Listening to what Shark One saw and heard on the Nine Phoenix Island, those merfolk powerhouses all felt like they were listening to a fairy tale. They were still half doubtful, half believing. Could a 7th-level Dao profound human martial artist have such terrifying martial Dao strength and alchemy Dao strength? This sounded like a fairy tale, no matter what. But they were not worried either. Alchemy, this sort of thing, ultimately needed one to showcase their true abilities. If they discovered that Yi Yuan was only here to swindle the pearl have tears, his outcome would definitely be very tragic. This large group of people was discussing official matters when all of a sudden there was a subordinate who came to report Fluidu S. Teardley. "Your Majesty, not good. Things are not good." Tong's expression turned sullen, and he reproached, "Kicking up a big fuss for what? Don't you see that we're discussing official business?" That subordinate said, "High Priest Li, he went to challenge that human alchemist." That subordinate's words made everyone's expression change. Tong's face turned black, and he said, "Didn't I say that body is allowed to let him know? What's the matter with you all? Who let it slip out of their mouths? Beat them to death for me." "Wait a minute, Your Majesty. Since High Priestly wants to go and challenge him, then why don't we push the boat along the current and witness his alchemy Dao's strength a bit?" At this time, an elder stopped Tong. Tong's eyes lit up, thinking that this idea was good. But the expression of Shark One by the side changed. But when he saw His Majesty's highly spirited appearance, he sensibly shut his mouth. He knew that if he did not let them take a look at Master Ye's strength, they would not give up. After reaching the residence, Yi Yuan studied the black tortoise treasure body divine art. This cultivation method was indeed incomparably powerful. If he could cultivate the human path chapter to the realm of Tier 9 Great Circle of Perfection, it was virtually impervious to blades and swords, unless it was the 10 great divine kings, that kind of powerhouses who grasped divine Tao laws. Even if he stood there and did not move, ordinary martial artists probably could not even breach his defenses. The Black Tortoise clan's defensive prowess was indeed powerful until it made people despair. It was just that this cultivation method was not easy to cultivate. Even if Yi Yuan's horizons were exceedingly broad and his foundation was exceptionally good, he could only cultivate to the 5th level too. There was still a very great distance away from the 9th level. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a series of knocking sounds interrupted Yi Yuan's thoughts. Yi Yuan's brows knitted together. Clearly, he was very displeased towards this sort of interruption. Opening the door to take a look, it was a Merfolk clan's little girl. Different from the Merfolk clan's men's hideousness, this clan's women were all beautiful like celestials. They were even more beautiful than the vast majority of human girls. This young lady in front of him was precisely the girl that Shark One arranged to be in charge of his daily life and accommodations, called Lian Qiu. Toward this little girl, Yi Yuan was still very satisfied. She was beautiful, obedient, and very sensible. He instructed her not to come and disturb. Could it be that something happened? Yi Yuan had yet to figure out what was happening, and was dragged out by Lien Qiu. As she ran, she explained, "Your Excellency, quickly go." High Priest Li heard that His Majesty invited a human alchemist over and is greatly enraged, and is already plussing over here. High Priest Li's martial Dao's cultivation is extremely formidable. Furthermore, his temper is very bad. I'm afraid that he will hurt you. Hurry up and leave from the back door. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he was tickled. He did not expect that this little servant girl was actually still so concerned about him. Yi Yuan's figure stopped. How could Lien Qiu be Yi Yuan's match? With a bounce, she actually sped into Yi Yuan's embrace. A masculine figure hit her head-on, making Lien Qiu involuntarily flush bright red. Yi Yuan asked with a smile, "I'm just a human, so why do you want to help me?" Lien Qiu used pure eyes to look at Yi Yuan and said in puzzlement, Lord Shark, one made me take care of you. I naturally can't let anything happen to you." Talking up to here, she suddenly came back to her senses, dragging Yi Yuan's hand, and was about to go, saying anxiously, "Oh no, Your Excellency, there's no time, quickly leave. High Priest Li is going to reach soon." But Yi Yuan was unwilling to go, and said with a faint smile, "If I can't even best your clan's High Priest, do you think that Shark One will invite me back? Relax. On account of your face, I won't fuss over trifles with him." The moment Lien Qiu heard, she was dumbstruck. Not fuss over trifles with the High Priest? In her eyes, the High Priest was a paramount existence, second only to His Majesty. But this young man before her eyes looked to be merely 30+ years of age, no matter how one looked. What right did he have to say such raving words? But Lien Qiu also felt that what Yi Yuan said was very reasonable. If Lord Shark One felt that Yi Yuan was inferior to the High Priest, why would he invite him back? Just as Lien Qiu was wavering hesitantly, High Priest Li rushed over in great haste.